Danganronpa. Danganronpa.
Alright, we are back. Danganronpa. And let's find out who died. I assume someone died. What am I even supposed to do? Was I supposed to go back to the gym? Curse my memory.
So,
I knocked on all the doors, but nobody answered. Did they all go to see what happened? Oh, then what about the second floor of the school? That's the one place that's new to all of us, so it seems like the natural place for it. Okay, so let's go there. Something in the library or the pool. Oh, it's you. There's nothing of interest here, don't you agree? You should go look somewhere else. You just want alone time with your books. Hey, there's nothing worthwhile over there. I've already checked, so there can be no mistake. Fine. Ugh. To the pool. I'm gonna feel dumb if I went the wrong way. I did. The door to the girls' locker. I have no way of unlocking it, so I couldn't go in if I wanted to. Huh? Door's open, but aren't these supposed to be locked? Ding dong, bing bong.
For this investigation, I have unlocked the doors. Please look around to your heart's content.
Investigation?
It's all clear now.
Just as I thought. Byakuya,
I see.
Judging from what he just said, there can be no doubt a murder has recently taken place. Or has really taken place. Come on. And the locker rooms. They're suspicious. Very suspicious indeed. Wouldn't you agree? Huh? Suspicious? Makoto, please. How can you not have thought they were suspicious? It seems nobody searched the locker rooms. Let's start with the girls' locker room. He was muttering as if talking only to himself. Without waiting for a reply, he pressed his hand against the girls' locker room door. And the door swung open without a sound. In that moment, time seemed to freeze. Oh no! No! What? I don't know how long it took for me to fully comprehend the reality of what I was looking at. But as soon as I did... No! A wild, almost primeval scream escaped from my mouth. Oh my god.
Danganronpa.
I tried to suppress my screaming, but it was useless. It surged out of me like water from a spring gushing out of the ground. Byakuya, on the other hand,
Very strange.
most unusual, don't you think? He was totally calm, almost like he was watching this all unfold in front of a TV screen.
I see.
Look, Chihiro's corpse has been suspended somehow. And something's been written on the wall in blood. Bloodlust? Such a brutal way to kill someone. No, this is beyond brutal. Wouldn't you agree? They killed her. How could it not be brutal? No, that's not my point. This murder is far too bizarre for any everyday amateur to have committed it. Unlike with Sayaka, this murder was not a crime of passion or necessity.
Interesting.
It's almost as if whoever did this did it for fun. You see what I mean, don't you? What? My head was swimming. I was still reeling too, confused to understand what he was trying to say. And before I could even begin to clear my head...
What the heck?
Hey! I heard screaming! Did something... Ah! Chihiro! Ding dong, bing bong.
A body has been discovered. After a certain amount of time, which you may use however you like, the class trial will begin.
What the hell was that?
What?
Oh, that's right. You weren't conscious during Sayaka's, so you don't know about it. What you just heard was the body discovery announcement. Apparently, when 3 or more people discover a body, an announcement plays to let everyone know. I imagine it's so that the search for the culprit can proceed fairly for everyone involved. Proceed fairly? The body discovery announcement! Then Chihiro really is...
Naturally.
dead, yes. Before you start screaming your head off, go round everyone up. It seems another game has begun. Another life or death game to uncover a killer. Man, I didn't even get a skill from her. And she was so innocent. It makes sense that somebody killed her, I guess. Easy target. Taka bolted out of the locker room. As everyone made their way to the scene, it felt as if no time at all passed. It was like my sense of time had just taken wing and flown away. When I finally came back to myself, I saw everyone had the same look of confusion, fear, and anger. We all just stood there, gathered around Chihiro's body. We don't get to see Swole Hero. Damn! I couldn't keep her safe! Oh, Sakura's so angry. Oh, she was gonna train Chihiro! So there's another victim! Oh, hey, little green. Oh my god, I'm so sad! I'm so sad! Yeah, you guys missed it. Oh! My heart! Which means we are now in the same position once again. Fuck, man. What the fuck is this?
What?
I know. I'm gonna die by the end of this game. Yeah. I know we didn't even get to Swole Hero. Oh. It's a dream. This is a dream. It's all just a dream. In fact, I haven't even been born yet. I don't have any memory of ever being alive. Shut up. Oh. I know. No, there are more important things to worry about right now than a dumbbell. No, worry about it. Look at the blood on there. You fool. Makoto, I swear, you're the dumbest child. The word bloodlust is written on the wall in blood.
So...
I don't think it's a kind of a dying message. It's just too strange. But you know, that thing about writing bloodlust in blood, doesn't it sound kinda familiar? A murderous fiend who kills again and again using a bizarre and brutal method. And at the scene of each crime, the word bloodlust is written in the victim's own blood. They're like a ghost attacking suddenly, then slipping away before the police can catch up to them. And what nickname did the internet give to this mysterious serial killer? What? Genocide Jack! Genocide Jack, the murderous fiend whose grisly attacks were famous all across the country. The ultimate murderous fiend, creating a reputation of abnormal, downright cruel killings.
what is this?
Is that... Oh man, is that who Kyoko is? Is she the ultimate murderous fiend? I hope not. I didn't get to get her skill either. Then this is some copycat killer trying to imitate Genocide Jack's style? But why would anyone do that? Perhaps it's the work of the real Genocide Jack? Hey, Star. Oh my god. My heart. We don't get to see Swole Hero. 'Cause she's dead. She didn't get to get buff.
What?
The real... Wait, are you saying Genocide Jack is here in the school?
No way!
There's no way. But going so far as to write bloodlust at the scene, I am surprised at their stupidity.
Well,
I can't imagine a worse situation than dealing with a stupid murderer. What is it now? Toko. Hina was pointing toward the entrance to the girls' locker room. Toko was the last to arrive, and now she was just standing there. Yeah, you missed it. Everyone missed it, I think. Oh, I'm so sad. Pretty much, that's how it feels. No! Why? 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 Oh, her hair. What the heck? Oh my god. Why? Good dunk. She fainted. That did not sound good. Toko. Hina rushed over to the collapsed Toko and started trying to shake her awake. Toko, are you okay? Come on, wake up.
Oh, that's right. I just remember what she said about how she faints anytime she sees blood.
Oh,
So, she is hemophobic? I imagine she does not watch too many horror films then. Dude, hemophobia sucks. This isn't a violation of the rules, right? I mean, technically she passed out somewhere besides her room. No, I think it should be okay. The regulations prohibit sleeping, like on purpose. Yeah, it really is, and there's so many different, like, degrees of hemophobia. Woo! So since she didn't faint on purpose, it doesn't count. Gotcha.
just a second.
Toko, can you hear me? Hey, you gotta wake up. As if she'd heard her, Toko suddenly shot awake. As in, she literally jumped up from where she was laying. It was such a strange reaction. I was at a total loss for words. She leapt straight up into the air, changing her stance as she did. What? Oh, what? Oh! In no time flat, she was just standing up. Ignoring the physical contortions she had to go through, her motions were totally haphazard. Huh? What? Sorry about that. I was so shocked at you. It happens, right? Was I the only one? Toko, are you okay? I'm fine. I'm fine. Is that my... Hey, are you dead?
What the heck?
She must have hit her head real hard when she fainted. The front, and the back, and the top end, and the bottom. There's the tooth, and the web of life.
Well,
This is quite concerning. I mean, she sounds completely different.
No. Everything's fine. At least the sputter's all gone. That's a good thing, right?
I see!
It's clear to me that everything is not fine. Your eyes seem strangely vacant.
It might be best if we take her back to the room for the time being.
so,
I don't mind taking her, but could someone help me?
If you need help, I don't mind.
Taka, could you help me? I would do that. I mean, getting paid for stuff. That's the way to live, right?
She totally ignored me.
Very well. You take care of the girl, and the rest of us can begin the investigation right away. Can I assume nobody has a problem leaving Sakura and Mondo on guard duty again? Hold on a second. Rushing to an investigation? The mastermind isn't behind that. After what happened last time, surely you've realized that.
Don't make me repeat myself.
There is no question that Chihiro was murdered by someone among us. I know, right? She didn't even give him a second thought. Isn't that right, Monokuma?
Of course. Right as rain. But don't take it as a bad thing. It's just a fact of life. Because that's how graduation works.
Then it's happened again? Is that what you're saying? That another one of us killed a fellow classmate? I mean, if money wasn't as necessary as it is in the world, I wouldn't care so much about it. But you need it for everything. You need it just to be alive.
What? Does that freak you out? You guys got no balls, you know that? Is there just nothing down there at all? Well, I'll let you pray to mine if you want. Actually, I don't have any either! Sorry!
Stop talking.
Stop monologuing and give us what you came here to give us. You did bring it, right?
I sure did, chum! Allow me to present the next Monokuma file! I know how much you must be looking forward to it.
See ya later.
So, please do your very tippy-top best on this investigation.
No way!
Do we really gotta do another investigation? Obviously, examining the corpse of one of our friends, having to suspect all our other friends. Oh wait, having to examine the corpse of one of our friends, having to suspect all of our other friends.
Why?
I hate this. I can't take it anymore. I hate it too. I've had enough. I'm getting out of here.
Hey!
Where do you plan on going? There's nowhere to run.
Such ignorance.
Just accept it already. After all, blood is just a liquid. A dead body is simply an object. You are very enthusiastic about all of this, are you not?
Naturally.
How can I not be? If we don't unmask the culprit, we all die. That's true, but to jump into it so soon.
What?
What? Do you want to die?
Such
Fine,
ignorance.
then go off and die somewhere. Right now. Go ahead. You're a waste of space. Dude, you can't say that to people. He really does, though. And yeah, poor Aoi.
Damn you!
A dead body is an object?
Piece of shit!
Shiro wasn't an object! Show a little respect or I'll beat some India! He's so angry, he's going to defend her! Mondo! What a good man. He's gonna die next! Oh, no! Oh.
Calm down.
Everyone, stop bickering. Listen, there's some truth in what Byakuya said. Kyoko,
Because...
if we don't solve the mystery and find the killer, our own lives are forfeit. And if Byakuya is right, that Genocide Jack is somehow the one who killed Chihiro,
That's right.
then unless we do something, more victims could start piling up.
What? Forget more victims! If we mess this up, we're all dead meat!
Hey!
Hold on! If that's your worry, you don't gotta worry any longer! In any one killing game, the guilty party may only kill a maximum of 2 people. What? I don't remember any rule like that.
Actually,
I just came up with it.
Yeah, I know, all the hot guys are dying! Help! Help me! All the girls that start getting close with the main character die, and then all the guys that I start getting close with die. Ugh.
I mean, if one person went around and killed everyone, your lovely student life would all be over, right?
The new rule has been added to the regulation. Yeah, I was kind of thinking about that. I was like, if someone's gonna try to kill, couldn't they just kill everyone to get out? That would be the easiest.
so then.
In that case, why not limit it to one person?
Hey,
Well, in a good mystery, you don't want to miss out on at least the potential of a serial killer angle. Oh, just one would totally murder that possibility.
punishment is waiting
Farewell
for
for
you.
now. I'll catch you guys at the class trial. Yeah, you're not wrong. But if they went around at night and somehow were able to get into everyone's rooms, somehow, like if they had convinced them, like, hey, I'm gonna visit you at night, or they set up something like, hey, we should have someone do rounds at night to check on people to make sure they're safe. And then when it's that person who wants to kill everyone's turn, they just go around, since the rooms are all soundproof, knock on the door, get them to check in, make sure it's alright, go in, kill them, move on to the next person.
I can't say I understand his thinking, but if we can kill up to 2 people, then one more person's life could still be in danger.
Interesting.
Which is definitely not good. We need to uncover the culprit before something else happens.
You son of a bitch!
You need to shut the fuck up!
So,
Well, for now, Taka and me are gonna drop Toko off at her room.
No, I'm gonna get dropped off.
there is nothing to be done.
We have no time to stand around here. We must begin our investigation tout de suite.
I don't know how to pronounce that. I'm assuming that's like French or something. Too sweet.
If we do not solve the mystery of who killed Chihiro,
Is that okay?
then we will quickly follow her into the afterlife.
That's true. I hate this, but if I want to survive, me and everyone else, we have to do it. We don't have any other choice. Investigate. Okay. First of all, I better check the Monokuma file to see exactly what's going on. Blunt force trauma to the head. The victim was Chihiro Fujisaki. The time of death is estimated to be around 2 a.m. Too sweet right now. Okay, cool. Thank you, Star. The body was discovered in the girls' locker room on the 2nd floor of the school. The cause of death was a blow to the head with a blunt object. She was killed instantly. Okay, at least she didn't suffer. Oh, that's all it says. Well, it's not like there's any point in complaining about it. No matter what, I gotta do what I gotta do. Oh. Hey, Makoto, do you have a second? Huh? What, now you want to talk to me? Did you need something from me?
Naturally.
Of course. Life without purpose is quite dull, you know.
So what do you need?
I'm going to let you cooperate with me during my investigation.
Huh?
What?
I'm purchasing your talent. The same talent which allowed you to solve Sayaka's case.
Solve? No, I just use common sense.
Stop talking.
You seem to have some limited use, which is why I've chosen you. You have the honor of contributing to my investigation.
Well, hey, he's rich, so I'm not gonna say no. So you're inviting me to come with you? You're doing it in the most arrogant way possible, though. Hey, if someone bought me for a lot of money, depending on what it was for, I would let it happen. Like, rent myself out. Yeah, or anything like this, I feel like.
Let's go.
But I guess they are also high schoolers, so...
Now then, shall we get started? But we need to get moving. There's no time to be standing around.
I don't really know what just happened. But it looks like I'll be working with Byakuya on this one. Well, it's always good to have a rich person like you. There's a dumbbell on the floor, and... Okay. No offense to high schoolers that have common sense. These ones are ultimate irresponsible, not stupid. Yeah. Alright, these ones are so ultimate in whatever they are ultimate in, being rich, being a swimmer, being a fanfic writer, that they don't have any other knowledge. Let's put it like that. This is a bloodstain. There's a bloodstain on the dumbbell. The Monokuma file said a blow to the head with a blunt object is what killed her. Does that mean this dumbbell was actually the murder weapon? I mean, that looks like it probably weighs at least 25 or more pounds.
That's right.
I don't imagine it could have been anything else. Locker room dumbbell has been added to the truth bullets. I mean, I've been hit in the head with like a 2 or a 5 pound weight, and that left like a pretty big bump. So something this heavy, I can see that killing instantly. The poster's got some blood on it. It must have happened during the murder. Word bloodlust is written on the wall in blood. What's the meaning behind it? Bloodlust. I could feel the life draining out of my own body. Oh, I know. It's a dead body. Chihiro's dead body. Oh.
Very strange.
But the more I look, the more strange it all seems. This must be Genocide Jack's handiwork. Well,
What?
but we're still not sure he did it. Is that what you want to say? I wonder about that. There's a fresh blood stain on the carpet. It must have been splattered with blood during the murder. I use this locker room all the time. Now, it's become the site of Chihiro's death. But why was she killed in the locker room? Actually, if you think about it, she could have been killed somewhere else and then carried here. She was very light, that is true. It wouldn't be hard for someone to carry her. But still.
Well,
I still think she came here on her own, by choice. Yeah. He really is, though. Like, calm down, dude. Stop saying Genocide Jack. He's just really into him, I guess. Yeah, Chihiro came here to train. What makes you say that? She'd been talking a lot about how she wanted to get stronger. So you're saying she came here to exercise? But according to the Monokuma file, apparently she was killed around 2 in the morning. Would she really have been exercising that late?
Perhaps.
You know, myself are usually in the locker room during the day, so she was probably avoiding it then. Yeah. Avoiding it? Although we invited her to join us more than once, she never showed up. So I can only assume she was trying to avoid us. And instead she came to exercise in the middle of the night?
However,
Perhaps, but it's difficult for me to imagine she would have come alone. She did want to start exercising, but she specifically mentioned she couldn't do it by herself. She needed support from others. So you're saying she could have come here in the middle of the night to train in secret, but that she also would have come with someone else? It's a possibility, I think. Sakura's account. Mondo, why are you hiding behind the punching bag, you silly? Dude had a real complex about being weak. You heard Chihiro talk about it, right? All I need to get stronger. Yeah, I do remember she said that more than once. Sure did. Which, I guess, explains the trip down here. But, did she really need to get stronger that badly? You already mentioned it, but she was a girl after all. Most girls aren't all that strong. I don't know, man. I haven't really thought about that stuff. The cause of Chihiro's complex. I can't help wondering what it might be. Maybe she wanted to impress Mondo.
And Mondo feels bad that he said she was weak and needed to be protected. Aww. Now I believe it's about time for us to move on. Huh? Already?
What?
New clues won't magically appear by standing around here. We need to check every aspect of this case. That's true, but
Let's go.
if you're satisfied, let's hurry up and proceed. He's so pushy. I got caught up with the wrong person on this time. Hey, he said he's paying you. He's rich. So, this is our next location. Huh? This place is related to the investigation? Figure it out for yourself. It's no fun if you don't, right? The gun fired, right? Maybe this gun was used to? No, impossible. If that were true, Chihiro would be riddled with holes. Oh, I swear, if he's gonna pay me with, like, something stupid, I'm gonna be mad. I want money. If I remember right, this card reader is meant to work with our handbooks, right?
What?
Do you have an issue with it? If so, you should take it up with Monokuma. He said that, then quickly and sharply clapped his hands together.
Did you call for me?
You called for me? Has he been domesticated?
That's right.
It seems that Makoto has a question for you. Oh, he better not pay me with Chuck E. Cheese tokens. Ooh.
You need something?
Sure. What's up? Well, it's just about this card reader.
Yep.
Yep. The card readers have all been designed to interface with each of your e-handbooks. You can only enter the locker room corresponding to the gender listed in your individual handbook.
And it's impossible for two people in a row to go through the door while the door is unlocked, correct?
Unbelievable.
If there were some sort of erotic terrorist on the prowl, the ceiling-mounted Gatling gun would initiate a Swiss cheese slaughter.
And the school regulations prohibit anyone from lending someone else their handbook, correct?
Of course.
Correctly correct.
So then, that means only girls can go into the girls' locker room, and only boys can go into the boys' locker room. Oh, but it never said anything about if you misplace it or somebody steals it. Oh. In other words, Chihiro's body being found in the girls' locker room means... Hey, Makoto, I can see right through you. See right through me? Allow me to tell you what you're thinking. Since Chihiro was found in the girls' locker room, the killer must have been able to get in there.
So in other words,
As such, the killer must be one of the girls. Did I get it right?
such
Good
ignorance.
lord, you're simple. But am I wrong? Yes. You should pay closer attention to the regulations. The answer has been in front of you the entire time. Loaning your e-handbook to another student is strictly prohibited. Only the act of loaning a handbook is prohibited. Borrowing someone else's is perfectly fine.
I would expect nothing less from the prodigal son of the noble Togami family. So, you managed to snip out the loophole in the regulations.
Dude, I sniffed it out as soon as it was said. Ooh. Allow me to tell you what you're thinking is the most passive-aggressive statement ever. It really is, though. Knowing you, I would bet you created it on purpose, didn't you? To add a little more excitement to things. Yep.
Yeah! You're treating me like a puny little appetizer instead of the main course that I am. Now then, since the dead can't actually talk, they're not people anymore. They're things.
Yep.
Get it? Got it? Good.
Wait, hold on. You're saying that's a loophole, but in order to borrow something from someone,
then that means someone would have to loan it. So,
Why you?
so sleepy. Just listening to you makes me want to pass out. Be more like Byakuya and get your poop together. Yeah, this is the first game.
Unbelievable.
Or else I'll charge you with criminal negligence. No more questions. Figure out the rest on your own. Oh my gosh, I messed that up. Figure out the rest your own damn self.
That's fine.
Well, I know you are unfortunately lacking in mental faculties, so I'll fill you in myself. Let's head to the main hall. The main hall? That'll help you understand what's going on. Oh good, it took me there. We came to the main hall. So, what are we looking for here? Gasp! Does that mean I have to figure it out for myself? Let's see if I can find it first try. Mailbox. There's a mailbox here. Could there be something inside? Ahaha! Thought so. It's an e-handbook? No, wait, there's 3 of them. What are they doing here? So, you finally found them. Huh? Did you know these were here, Byakuya? I happened to find them by chance myself the other day. It seems there's a system in place where the handbooks of the dead students get delivered to this mailbox. So then, these 3 handbooks belong to Junko, Leon, and Sayaka? Leon! You can go ahead and confirm it yourself. I immediately turned on one of the handbooks, and when I did... Sayaka, my Zono. You're right, this is Sayaka's handbook. Now do you understand? This is the key to the loophole that I revealed earlier. Yeah, I feel like I'm starting to get it. Okay. He's just saying the same stuff. You should pay closer attention to the regulations. The answer has been in front of you the entire time. Loaning your handbook to another student is strictly prohibited. Only the act of loaning a handbook is prohibited. Borrowing someone else's is perfectly fine. I see. Yeah, now I understand. Alright.
What?
Hold on a second. What's wrong?
Very strange.
That's strange. One of the handbooks won't turn on. Is it broken? Whose is it? The other handbook showed Junko's name when I started it up. And the one that won't turn on must be Leon's, right? Or someone took Leon's and broke their own. Oh.
I see.
It would make sense, yes. After all, don't even say that. I'm not reading that. Oh, don't show it again. Oh! The cruel punishment which led to Leon's death. The execution that the mastermind concocted. A cruel, heartless death. It really was. Oh, my heart. Oh, that's so awful. You're right. It wouldn't be surprising for the handbook to break during that kind of assault.
Damn it!
Hey! Hey! Hey, 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 hey!
Angry! Now
Hey!
I'm really angry!
What? That e-handbook is essential to student life here. Crucial, integral, instrumental, a super big deal. There's no way it would break that easily. But it did.
That's impossible!
If I say it wouldn't break, it wouldn't freaking break. It can withstand up to 10 tons of pressure. And it's waterproof up to 100 meters, okay? I don't care how many baseballs you hit it with. It wouldn't do crap. Okay, I need to clear my throat and maybe blow my nose. I've been having bloody noses lately. So, I'll be right back. Sorry, everyone. Alright, I'm back, and sorry about that again. Oh my gosh. Oh, but even my amazing handbook does have one single weak point. It does?
I can't hear you.
But it's a secret! I wouldn't want you to go breaking any more handbooks.
What?
Then Leon must have broken it somehow without realizing what its weakness was, right?
Hard to say. You know what I think? I think his handbook isn't actually broken.
What?
But you might ask, how could that be?
Leaving the question hanging in the air, Monokuma disappeared. What just happened? Monokuma said it's not broken, but it's an undeniable fact that it's not turning on. Yeah, unless like what I just said is true, that Leon's is fine and someone else has it.
That's fine.
And they used it to block the Gatling gun fire, and that's its weakness. Because students wouldn't have guns. Because somebody said they heard the gunshots. Or explosions. Well, I don't see any connection to the case, so it doesn't matter for now. You think so? Either way, something about it still bothers me. A broken e-handbook has been added to the truth bullet section. Okay then, this should be enough to get things rolling. Let's begin our investigation in earnest and track down the true culprit. Yeah, we need to find out who killed Chihiro. To be exact, not quite. Huh? Not quite? What are you saying, you dick? We have to find out who killed her. What do you mean by that, Byakuya? To be exact, not quite. Certainly, I want to reveal Chihiro's killer, but more precisely, I want to discover the true identity of Genocide Jack and take him on a date. And you really think? You truly believe Genocide Jack is the one that killed Chihiro?
Don't make me repeat myself.
Absolutely. I have no doubt that Genocide Jack is the culprit in this case. That murderous fiend is Genocide Jack, right?
What?
There's nobody else it could be. A murderous fiend who kills again and again using a bizarre and brutal method. They're like a ghost, attacking people suddenly, then slipping away before the police can catch up to them. And what nickname did the internet give to this mysterious serial killer? Why are you repeating the exact same stuff, dude? Genocide Jack. They say he's killed thousands of people, but that's gotta be an urban legend. Still, could one of us really be a demented psychotic killer like that? You're not wrong to wonder. But words mean little right now. I have something that will prove it, and I can show you. Well then, show me. Okay.
Don't make me repeat myself.
And I have a basis to believe that. I assure you, Genocide Jack is one of us. Is there really proof? There's somewhere I'd like to take you. This will provide all the evidence you need.
It's all clear now.
Evidence that Genocide Jack is the one that killed Chihiro. Evidence. Does something like that really? Ah, hey, you two. Big trouble. Need your help.
I don't have time to play with you.
We're busy. Leave us alone.
But
It's an emergency. Emergency. Come on, please, you gotta help me. Oh, okay, what's going on?
please!
It's a serious emergency. Please, please, you gotta help me. Just calm down, okay, Hina? But, it's an emergency. An emergency? What happened?
Well,
Something's wrong with Toko. She's acting super strange. Well, I mean, she was acting pretty strange earlier, right? What should we do, Byakuya?
Very strange.
Since it's Toko, I admit, I'm intrigued. I suppose we can take a second to see what's going on with her. Are you sure?
Don't make me repeat
Don't
myself.
make... Okay. I didn't expect that. I thought for sure he'd just say no and that'd be the end of it.
Yeah.
Okay, come on, hurry! Wait for us, Hina.
Let's go.
It looks like she headed to the dorms. To Toko's room, most likely. You're right. Whatever you say, boss. You're the one signing my paycheck. Is Toko inside? Some kind of emergency? Are you gonna open the door? Ooh! You guys are too slow. I think you're just too fast. So, what's this emergency?
So,
Well, after what happened in the girls' locker room, we left Toko in her room so she could lay down. After a while, we came back on to check on her, you know, to see how she was doing. But when we did, it was weird. She refused to come out and kept saying all this weird stuff. Weird stuff?
That's fine.
We should try talking to her ourselves. Yeah, good idea, boss. I may as well give it a shot. Ding dong. The door swung open, slowly and silently. Okay, at least she is not zombie weird face. Holy crap! An aura of negativity flowed out from behind the door, forcing a gasp out of me.
What? Oh, nothing. It's just that Hina was really worried about you, holding yourself up in your room.
leave me alone.
Yeah, sure thing. But could you open up just for a second?
Won't allow it.
Huh?
I won't let Genocide Jack have control.
Aha! Multiple personalities. So, her part of herself is afraid of blood. The other part has bloodlust. Makes sense. Enjoys the killing. And probably the part of her brain that's trying to resist that has become hemophobic to try to keep her out of those situations. Or was traumatized by being the one doing the killing and then like regaining control and seeing all that. Now it's okay, now I feel a little bit bad for her if that's the case, because that's messed up. And just like that, she slammed the door in my face. What was that? She's been acting like that the whole time. When I rang a little while ago, I'll drive out the killer. Drive out the murderous fiend. It doesn't make any sense, right? I was afraid to leave her in there alone, so I tried to bust down her door. But it felt like something was holding it shut on the other side. I couldn't even budge it. Toko was scared enough to even bar her door? Does she think the same thing as Byakuya? Does she think a serial killer Genocide Jack? Dude, you're so dumb, Makoto! Makoto! Put one and one together! Oh! Yeah, like I wasn't expecting her to be more likable, but that just makes it more like not as much of a blah character. Oh, dude. Is that why Toko's so scared? Yeah, I don't think you understand. She's trying to stop herself from killing again.
But
Right? Oh, Kiryu's a frickin'
genius, like a god of mind powers compared to this kid. At least Kiryu's like, I will solve my problem with my fist if I have to.
Whatever it is, I'm really worried about her.
This kid's just like, I like staring into space. Haha. Ah, my favorite activity. Yup. I love me some staring off into space. Yeah, he did have average grades.
Isn't there anyone who might be able to persuade her?
Byakuya, go talk to her. Use some of this. Use some of this, Byakuya. Hey, Byakuya, you think you could ask her? Come out of her room, I mean. Average grades, average taste in music, average skills, average day.
That's fine.
Sure, whatever.
Huh? You're gonna talk to her, Byakuya? Wow, I guess even you could be nice when you want to.
Byakuya stood in front of the door, not making a sound, and pressed the doorbell. After a few moments.
What do you want?
Leave me alone! You're all so annoying! Ah! Bacula!
It's Byakuya.
I'm sorry. I couldn't keep our promise. But don't worry. Never again. I won't let Genocide Jack have control ever again.
And with that, the door slammed shut.
Even Byakuya could... Wait. Even Byakuya couldn't pull it off.
There's nothing else we can do. Let's get back to the investigation.
Hold on. Hey, Byakuya, what was Toko just talking about? Or what was Toko talking about just now? Something about a promise?
What?
Oh, I have no idea. Another one of her delusions, I'm sure.
But
Stop talking.
if I say I don't know, that means I don't know. Just let Hina take care of her.
oh, yeah. Okay. I'll stay here and keep an eye on her.
Let's go.
Well then, let's go. Without waiting for a reply, Byakuya sped away. Byakuya! I'm still getting paid, right? And I hurried to catch up. I tried to talk to him several times as we walked, but he didn't even look back, let alone say anything. He just kept on walking towards his destination. Finally, his feet brought him to a stop in the front of a certain room. The library? Seriously, dude? Come on, let's go in. I don't want to make out with you in the library, alright? I'm sorry. I'm still grieving Leon. If you were Mondo, I would think about it, but... I just saw Chihiro die. Is the evidence that proves it was Genocide Jack really in the library?
Don't make me repeat myself.
Don't make me say it again. If I remember, on the other side of this door, it's the archive, right? Hurry up and go inside. Oh, here?
Let's go.
It'll all make sense once you're inside. Yeah. Whoa, there's so many books and files. And so much dust, too.
So in other words...
I would say there's enough value in this place to endure the dust. Oh, lots of things to examine. Okay. There's even a surveillance camera in here. Obviously, dude, there's a surveillance camera in every room. There's a ton of thick files stuffed onto the bookshelf. If you're thinking of looking through any of them, let me give you a little warning. Those things are filled with graphic, disturbing photos from all kinds of crime scenes.
It's the kind of thing any normal person wouldn't ever want to look at. Be careful. Huh? What do you mean? All those files there are investigation reports related to different cold cases. Those are internal documents for police eyes only. They're not the kind of thing you'd expect to leak. Oh. There's so many files stuffed into the shelf. What's in all these things?
That's enough.
He just told you! He literally just said it! Oh, Makoto, I worry about your brain. Are you okay, boy? Those documents are dangerous. Dangerous? They detail all the people who control the world from behind the scenes. Dangerous truth for a commoner. You mean like the members of the Diet or something? No, I mean the ones with the real power. The secret council controlling everything from the shadows. Organization 13. If you're ready to be disappeared for it, take a look. There are some very interesting people in there. You're just kidding, right? Am I? Oh yeah, those two quotes put right next to each other. That makes me worry about my brain. I'll just let it go for now. This shelf is stuffed tight with files. Without really thinking about it, I picked one at random. Ah, you have a sharp eye indeed to select that file. Huh?
That's right.
That's the report on the presidential assassination. The original is kept at the National Library. It won't be declassified for another 30 years. Are you sure you want to look at it now? There's no telling whose crosshairs you might wind up in for peeking at it. Without making a sound, I return the file to the shelf. There's a wooden box. It's empty. Although, judging by the smudges in the dust, it looks like there was something inside. I wonder what it was. There was an extension cord plugged in there. It proved very useful while I was in the library. An extension cord, huh? Nope. What else? This. Huh? It's a desk lamp. Oh yeah, it's the same one I saw Byakuya using in the library before.
What?
Do you have a problem with that lamp? It was here before, then I moved it over there. It's too dark over there, so I thought I'd put it to good use. So, are you finally beginning to understand the true splendor of this library? The entire reason I was interested in the library is because of this room right here.
Interesting.
It's home to classified government documents, police records, things no ordinary person would ever see. Isn't it magnificent? This can't be for real, right?
Such ignorance.
That's your guys' problem. Anything that doesn't fit into your preconceived reality, you label it a lie. Well, it's not that. It's not like I totally refuse to believe it, but I mean, there's just so much. How could anyone have put all this together? I suppose it just goes to show how much power, or how much Hope's Peak truly wields. Or perhaps the mastermind may have wanted to provide us with enough entertainment to keep us from getting bored. It's no use. I can't keep up with all this. It's just too unreal. What's wrong? You still can't believe it? What about you? How can you believe it so easily? Things like that are usually impossible.
What?
What do you mean, usually? Usual, normal, ordinary, simple. Those things don't exist anywhere in the real world. If you don't understand what they actually represent, you don't understand the nature of anything. You don't pull your punches, do you? But I'll take that, as long as you're paying me. Besides, What you consider usual is based on your own common sense, right? But what makes you think your own common sense applies to me at all? The documents gathered here are genuine. I have reviewed them multiple times, so there is no doubt. See, Makoto, Byakuya is calling you out on your stupid common sense. And he's rich. Not that rich people are always right. That's not what I'm saying at all. I'm just saying, I could use money. And this guy's got it. So we're gonna team up with him. Hold on a sec. You're saying you've read all these documents and more than once? But all this has to be like top secret confidential stuff, right? So why? Yeah, he really doesn't have any common sense. My family has a reading room just like this at our home. Ours is bigger, of course, and not as dusty. Huh? Members of the Togami family have access to any variety of government-related documents. That includes foreign powers as well as domestic. How is that possible?
So in other words...
I already told you, there's a secret council that controls the world from the shadows. My family is a member of that council. Okay. Way to spoil things, dude. I was gonna find that out. Now, Makoto wasn't gonna find that out. But, wow, just tell us that. Okay. And I have within me the bloodline that will allow me to one day bend the world to my will. To become such a ruler, I must know all levels of this world, backwards and forwards. So whenever I have time, I like to review whatever documents and materials that interest me. Which is why I can proclaim, without a doubt, that the materials gathered here are the real thing. This is beyond believing or not believing. Byakuya is actually starting to scare me more than the actual mastermind. And what always interested me the most were the cold case police investigation reports. Reading through those reports has always been a bit of a hobby of mine, ever since I was little. It's excellent mental exercise. I've solved more than a few of those cases just by reviewing the reports. And among all those reports, one of my recent favorites is the Genocide Jack case. As he talked, Byakuya grabbed a specific file from the shelf.
That's right.
This is the complete case file. Every single report surrounding the Genocide Jack cases has been compiled in here. Because there are so many, allow me to quickly summarize the main points. To begin, there are two notable characteristics in every Genocide Jack murder. The first characteristic is that at every crime scene, the word bloodlust is written in the victim's own blood. And the second is that when the victims are murdered, their bodies are suspended in a certain way. Bloodlust is written in blood and the victim's body is suspended. Please stop showing this, it's so sad. It's exactly what happened to Chihiro. Save your surprise, the best part is yet to come. For the second characteristic where the victims are suspended, the only ones who knew about that particular fact were the members of the police and other higher-ups. By all accounts, nobody in the media ever found out. How would they not find out? Did they not see the actual crime scenes? I guess. Huh? In other words, no one on the news, no one online, nobody knew about that aspect of each crime. Only key officials and the killer himself knew about this act of mounting the victim. Now, if you recall Chihiro's corpse, her body was most certainly mounted in this fashion. So how could the killer have known about suspending the victim?
That's right.
That's the key question. But in fact, the answer is quite simple.
So in other
The culprit
words...
isn't a copycat killer. It's the real Genocide Jack. Good.
In other words...
That's right. There is the evidence that Genocide Jack has hidden himself among the rest of us. Then Genocide Jack really is... such a brutal, fiendish killer is really walking among us?
Interesting.
Things are really starting to get interesting, aren't they? I know, I don't know how much more my heart can take. I never imagined a killer with such a reputation would ever become part of our little game. Now, don't you think it would be good for you to take a look at what I've already seen? You might just manage to ferret out a clue or two.
Such ignorance.
If you get down on your knees and beg, I might even show you myself. Hey, if you're paying me, dude. Byakuya, about the Genocide Jack case file. Could you let me see it?
That's fine.
Well, you didn't beg, but I guess it's okay this time. Feel free to look at it in here, but you can't take it with you. Byakuya handed me the file, and I flipped through it with tense, nervous fingers. Right? Yeah. I mean, if he tells me a price, I'm willing to negotiate. I haven't played that either. Oh, I don't know if I could. I've heard some things about it, though. Oh, man. Suddenly, my hand stopped. I had reached the page where photos from the scene of each crime had all been collected. The names of Genocide Jack victims ran on for several pages. Ken Harada, 32. Tetsuhiro Honda, 17. Shoji Gaku, 23. Kano Issei, 14. Takashi Yoshida, 30. Komatsuna Taro. Takafumi Gono. Uchida Naohisa. Takeshi Masamune. Yoto Yumejima. There was no end to it. But the one thing that became perfectly clear as I read, all of the killer's countless victims were killed and suspended in exactly the same way. And at the scene of every murder, the word bloodlust was left in the victim's own blood. Now, take a look at the next page and you'll find another interesting tidbit. I don't know. I don't own it. But I'm not gonna say no. I feel like I would have to get myself emotionally and mentally prepared if I was going to. The next page. Profiling results. All the crimes took place either on weekdays at night or during holidays, either day or night. The most common time for the killings to take place was on holidays in the afternoon. Based on these facts, it could be suggested that the suspect may be a student. Evidence suggests that the suspect lingered at the scene, but when they did leave, they were in a panic. Because an eyewitness has never come forward, it's unlikely that there was any external reason for this. This confused behavior suggests that the suspect may potentially suffer from dissociative identity disorder. What? Okay, I was thinking multiple personalities because I feel like I've heard of dissociative identity disorder, and I don't know if that's what I was diagnosed with. I was diagnosed with some kind of thing, which is like, ugh.
So, in other words...
The key point here is that the culprit may well have a split personality. Same thing. Okay, well then that's not what it was for me. Mine's something else. A split personality? Like the kind of thing you see on TV? Okay, yeah, so see, that is what's happening with Toko. Yeah, that's a little bit sad then. So I'm part of another totally unbelievable story. But this one is way more unbelievable than anything else up till now. Or maybe it really isn't. I don't know. I feel like my mind has gone numb. Genocide Jack case file.
Let's go.
Alright, we should get going soon. Huh? Where are we going? Anywhere but here. We finished our business here, haven't we? Ah, wait, Byakuya! As usual, Byakuya turned and left without another word. I hurried out of the library to catch up. Well, this is where we part ways. I have some things I need to take care of before the class trial. Huh? Just all of a sudden like that?
I don't have time to
Come
play
on,
with you.
enough of your annoying misapprehensions. Did you really think we'd be together the whole time? Take responsibility for yourself and do something useful. Move the investigation forward on your own. Hey, as long as you pay me, dude.
Goodbye.
Well, goodbye. And just like that, he was gone. Just as quickly as he'd asked me to join him, he cut me off. In the end, I felt like I was just some plaything getting tossed around. At the same time, I'd uncovered some really important clues thanks to him. He's just paying me in clues! Boo! Genocide Jack. He's the one that killed Chihiro. And that murderous fiend is one of us. But who is it? I have to find that out, no matter what it takes. And to do that, there's somewhere I have to go investigate one more time. I have to go back to the crime scene, the girls' locker room. I should check the boys' locker room, too. And the others might have come up with some info I might find useful while I'm at it. I need to find out everything I can. I don't want to be that. My next choice is Mondo. Mondo better not be the next to die. Hey Hifumi, what's going on, dude? Ding ding ding! Hifumi has discovered evidence revealing the identity of the culprit! He's so proud of himself. Aww.
I feel as if...
Another stat increase for me! Evidence? What did you find? I cannot reveal that just yet! But I guarantee that what I found will steal the killer's breath from his lungs! Are you sure about that? Oh yeah! Miss Ludenberg said she'd witnessed something worthwhile too! Really? What did she see?
Well,
she refused to tell me. It's like when a girl bullies the boy she really likes, right? Right? Okay. So, where is Celeste now? Dude, he's 100% into her. He's gonna make the transition from 2D to 3D for Celeste. The warehouse by the dorms. She was there, but at the same time, not there. What's it gonna be? Well, let's check the girls' locker room. Mondo! Like, oh, you have to turn the camera. It's so weird to get you not hidden. You silly. I'll talk to you from the other side of it. Okay, same thing. He's so sad. He's so sad. Oh, he cared about her so much. Hey, Kyoko, have you made any progress on your investigation?
Indeed.
Generally speaking.
However...
But I have to get going. I have something unrelated to take care of. Something besides the investigation? What is it?
Well...
Nothing you need to worry about. Just concentrate on the murder. But...
So then...
Before I go, let me give you one piece of advice. You should examine Chihiro's body one more time, thoroughly. Also, her handbook is missing. You might want to determine its whereabouts.
Goodbye.
That's it. I'll be praying for your success. With that, Kyoko turned and left the girls' locker room. I guess I'll take another look at the body then. And Chihiro's handbook is missing? That's definitely worth worrying about. Kyoko said I should examine the body one more time. I know she said thoroughly, but I do have my limits. Well, I better give it a shot anyway. Let's see. Chihiro's hands are bound with what looks like some kind of rope. The rope was used to prop her up in a kind of crucifix position. Huh? This rope has a plug. The extension cord from the library! Wait, so then this isn't rope at all. The more I think about it, the more that's not the only thing that concerns me. Chihiro's fatal injury was a blow to the head, which means someone struck her in the head in order to kill her. That's right. There's the issue of her being suspended and the fatal blow. First, I didn't see any reason to think too much about either of them. But seeing them again after looking through the Genocide Jack file, something's not quite right. What does all this mean? Status of the dead body. Well, the one thing most likely to tie all these mysteries together is the true nature of the rope that was used to suspend Chihiro. And to figure that out, there's a certain place I need to revisit and look again. Plus, it might help to look at the Genocide Jack case file one more time. Sakura... Oh, sorry, my throat. Chihiro's presence here was especially weak. Her body and her soul.
No forgiveness!
To target such a helpless being, it's unforgivable! What a wretched beast to do such a thing! So angry. Oh, both these two, the two most muscly people here, cared so much about the tiniest one. It's so sad! I cannot forgive this! Oh... I love you too! Don't die! Sakura, Mondo, please! I hope you two don't die. There's still more I need to check. The door leads out to the pool. What else do I need to check? Do I need to relook at this stuff? Okay, it's probably going to be the same stuff. Blood stain on the carpet. Camera. Mastermind what's been watching as Chihiro was killed. They know what's happened and they're still forcing us to go through with this. That's a bloodstained poster. The blood is most noteworthy part, but the big-breasted swimsuit model is pretty noticeable too. The girls' locker room doesn't seem like the kind of place you'd find something like this. Oh, that's from the boys' locker room, and it was moved here to match. Aha! Because I bet the one in the boys' locker room is going to be missing. Hifumi, let's go check it out. Yep, it's gone. It got switched. It got switched. Yep, look at that. Oh! There's... Woo! Woo! There's a strange stain on the carpet. What is it? Boys' locker room carpet. Or is it? It's in quotes, because it's not actually the boys' locker room carpet. The carpet probably got moved too. Huh? This poster. It's a popular boys band called Tornado. Somehow it doesn't seem to quite fit in the boys' locker room. Yeah, that needs to be in the sauna. Hello? Boys love. Oh, but wait, that reminds me. The poster in the other locker room is. That's right, there's definitely something strange about this. In the boys' locker room, there's a poster of a popular boy band. In the girls' locker room, there's a poster of a big-breasted swimsuit model. Could the posters have been switched? Well, you don't think. No. Makoto. Are you putting things together? But if they were, why? What reason would anyone have? He sure isn't. Maybe I should talk to someone who knows a little more about the locker rooms. 2 locker room posters. Alright, let's go back and talk to Sakura. And then probably Hina. Sakura! Sakura, help me! You spend a lot of time exercising in the girls' locker room, right, Sakura?
Of course.
I've used it nearly every day since it opened up. Sometimes Hina and I use it together.
Okay then, let me ask you something. Do you think the posters in the boys' and girls' locker rooms could have been switched?
I'm sorry.
Sorry, I can't really say. I never really paid any attention to the posters. I see. That makes sense.
However,
But there is something that's been bothering me about the locker room. You see, I like to drink a little protein coffee every time I finish exercising. We have protein coffee? I've never even heard of protein coffee. In the warehouse, it's not the highest quality, but I don't have a lot of other options. I mix protein powder with... Okay, that makes sense then. Okay, I get it. And down a glass of it after exercising. Anyway, the other day I spilled some and it left a stain. Or, wow, I read that out of order. I spilled some on the carpet in the girls' locker room and it left a stain. A stain? Huh, yeah, it totally didn't look like coffee over there. Makoto, think. But I don't see any stain on the carpet now.
of course.
Exactly, I noticed it earlier. The stain has disappeared. I can only assume that someone came along and cleaned it up. But still, isn't it unusually clean? As if there was never a stain here to begin with. Alright. Found out what we need to here. Hifumi, keep being you. Let's go downstairs. No, never mind. I want to go back up. Let's go back to the library. To the library! Okay. There's a thick layer of dust on top of this. Aha! But look at that! The lamp is no longer plugged in! Maybe there's some kind of clue here. Guess not. How dare you! It's not plugged in over here anymore. The wooden box is empty. The extension cord was in there before. So report on the presidential assassination. Well, if it means I become a target, nope, I'll leave it where it is. Thank you very much. Document about the secret council, revealing kind of truth a commoner shouldn't go near, so I guess I better not. I want to take another look at Genocide Jack's case file. I know it's around here somewhere. Huh? It's gone. Did someone take it out of the archive? But the only one who would do something like that. I can't think of anyone but Byakuya. What a dick. Please notice the extension cord. Missing. The shelf is packed with tight with books, but looking at it, maybe there's some kind of clue here? Guess not. This child. Yeah. Mastermind's motive. Oh, no, it won't. Shelf is packed with books, but looking at it, maybe there's some kind of clue. Guess not. The lamp, I guess. Huh? This lamp won't turn on. Oh, I have to examine that to get you to notice the cord? I can't examine the cord? Oh, I see. It's not plugged in. The lamp's cord isn't long enough to reach the outlet from here. Well, last time I saw it, it was definitely on, and it was definitely right here. Oh, that's right. Byakuya was using an extension cord. But there's no extension cord here now. I'll wonder if... Oh, dude. Library desk lamp. Makoto, I swear. I am seriously concerned. Archive, library. Don't need to go to either of those places. I already checked those.
Yes, let's go to the warehouse. Talk to Celeste. Okay, so that is right here, right? Celeste. Celeste, what are you doing here? This warehouse is amazing. It has absolutely everything one might need to live a full life. From food, to clothes, to towels, there's an endless supply to choose from. I see that, but have you found anything related to the case?
Most unfortunate.
I knew you were going to ask me that. I thought talking about the warehouse itself might misdirect you, but I see it was pointless. Then you did find something? Very well. I will tell you, and only you.
Actually,
Last night, I saw her here. Chihiro was in the warehouse. What? Really?
indeed.
This was right before nighttime.
What are you doing out this late?
Oh, I was just...
Are you planning to go exercise, perhaps?
What? How did you know?
Because I can see a blue track jacket sticking out of that duffel bag you're carrying.
Oh, you're right. Thanks. Well, I'd better get going. I'm kind of in a hurry.
She stuffed the jacket into her bag in a hurry. It was almost like she was trying to hide it. And just like that, she was gone.
Yes,
I
indeed.
assumed she was merely stocking up to go exercise in the morning, but it would appear she ignored the nighttime rule and headed directly to the girls' locker room. If she hadn't broken our rule, none of this ever would have happened. You take that back, Celeste! You get what you deserve, I suppose. So apparently, she went to the girls' locker room late at night in order to exercise without anyone knowing. But the strange thing is, there was no trace of the track jacket or duffel bag Celeste said she saw Chihiro carrying. Which would mean the killer would have gotten rid of it somehow. Okay, let's go talk to Hina. In the dining hall. Is she always going to be in the dining hall? That just feels like where she almost always is. Oh, Hina, how's Soko doing? Same as before. She won't come out, and she just keeps on mumbling something about Genocide Jack. So I just left her there. True. You left her? My head was all swimmy, and I was getting pretty hungry.
Yeah!
Oh, but don't worry, I'm gonna head back as soon as I'm done eating. Toko's not exactly pleasant, but I'm still worried about her. Speaking of which, what are you eating?
Huh?
A donut, of course. Of course? There's two things I'm sure God created. Outer space and donuts. Aw, her face right now. She totally looks like a squirrel. Really? I bet Chihiro would have liked to eat more donuts. Maybe that was her one big regret.
Aww.
Oh, I should have tried to spend more time with her. Everyone's so nice to her, it's so sad! She's so innocent! Come to think of it, who did she spend time with?
Well...
Yeah, she was a little bit strange. Didn't really hang out with the other girls much. It was like she was trying to keep her distance from us. Actually, Sakura said something similar. She said that even when you and her invited Chihiro to exercise with you, she always refused.
Yeah, totally.
Yep, it's true. And it wasn't just us either. It was like she stayed away from all the girls. Was she just shy? I don't know. She talked to the boys all the time. isn't it kind of weird to be shy around your own sex, but totally fine with the opposite sex? I don't know about that. I mean, if you get bullied all the time by the same sex, you would not want to spend time around them and just have automatic fear. Like, I understand that. Oh, wait, maybe. Maybe she was used to guys spoiling her. The law says you can't judge a book by its cover, right? You think so? I never really saw her as that kind of girl. Either thirst or what I just said. Ding dong, bing bong. Well, is it trial time already?
I'm getting tired of waiting. Shall we just plunge right in? It's the moment you've all been waiting for! The class trial!
And yeah, that's sad, Suki. I understand. I got bullied a lot.
You remember where to meet, right? Please go through the red door on the first floor of the school. See you soon!
Wow, that was a short investigation this time. Begin the class trial, or it's about to begin. The red door is right through here. Alright, here we go. Save. And cliffhang. Nah, let's just go.
Ahem. So, is everyone ready to... What? Am I blind, or are we missing someone?
Yo.
Yeah, Toka's not here.
And Toko is...
You really don't remember?
Come on!
Kidding! I'm just kidding! How could I forget that little nut job? She's a crucial part of the class trial this time.
What are you gonna do?
Okie dokie! I'll just go ahead and drag her out, kicking and screaming. Just one moment, please.
And just like he said a few minutes later, he reappeared, dragging Toko behind him.
I told him I don't want to, but he forced me. I can't believe you would drag a girl around. Terrible! You're terrible! Whew. So now everyone's here, right? Okay then, hustle onto the elevator and let's get this show on the road. I'll see you guys down there.
Let's go.
So, shall we get going? It's time to find out who killed Chihiro. Chihiro! Chihiro! Chihiro Fujisaki! She was so gentle, so calm and meek. Nobody had any problems with her. She was so innocent. Someone made the choice to kill a girl like that. And that murderer is one of us. Someone standing right here. It was you. We're going down. We have no choice, right? We have to do this. No! We have to get justice for Chihiro. Yes. I gave a small nod in reply. With one last deep breath, I walked toward the elevator on shaky legs. With each step forward, I could feel my heart starting to race faster and faster. As soon as everyone was on, the elevator began to descend. I couldn't get a handle on my emotions. Couldn't stop speculating. What are you speculating about? You have no knowledge. The steel box sank with heavy clunking sounds deeper and deeper into the ground. And as we went deeper, the uneasiness in my heart grew bigger and bigger. The elevator was unaffected, however, and continued to descend without hesitation, until finally, it came to a sudden stop. Like, if this was a real school, and they have an elevator that goes deep into the ground. What even... Like, that's suspicious already. I would assume it's game over if you fail. Defense of the Dark Arts. Makes you restart from the last checkpoint. Makes sense. Okay.
What do you think? I redecorated. Isn't it so fresh? Isn't it so exciting?
Don't waste our time with stupid questions. Let's get this over with. Oh. That's... Like, I can see that for the first case, but I don't understand how that can be in this case. Oh.
Very nice.
Good, good! You're rip-raring to go! Gotta say, I don't hate it. Not at all!
Well,
Okay then, let's get this show on the road!
thrills,
Everyone,
chills,
please
thrills.
find your assigned seats!
Nah, it was Makoto. I can see that. And so the curtain opened once again. A deadly judgment, a deadly deception, a deadly betrayal, a deadly riddle, a deadly defense, a deadly faith, a deadly class trial. Well, save, yes. Set skills, yes. Lost in thought. Increase the time limit for each phase. Yeah. Robot jock. Increase the truth bullet rate of fire. Effective during the non-stop debate. And okay. I think most of the things I got were... Oh, allows you to reload 2 bullets at once. Effective during the bullet time battle. Nice. Cool. Oh, I'm so sad I didn't get Chihiro's skill. I didn't get Toko's either, but... Yeah. I picked the wrong people who were gonna die. Okay. Here we go.
Let's begin with a basic explanation of the class trial. So, your votes will determine the results. If you can figure out who done it, then only they will receive punishment. But if you pick the wrong one, then I'll punish everyone besides the blackened, and the one that deceived everyone else will graduate. Okay, then. So, first off, let's talk about the murder weapon!
First, we have to make clear what was used to deliver the fatal blow. And, oh man, I'm sad that I missed that then. Oh well. Hopefully I'll be okay without it. I mean, purple's a good color. Locker room dumbbell.
Chihiro's fatal injury. It appears it was a head wound.
Yeah.
According to the Monokuma file, the killer used a blunt instrument. But what kind of blunt instrument could it have been?
I bet it was an iron pipe.
Oh, that's
interesting.
Oh, I'm shooting too slow.
It certainly would make for a powerful weapon.
Poor Chihiro.
Weapon had to be at the scene of the crime. There was something with bloodstains on it.
Chihiro's fatal injury. It appears it was a head wound.
According to the Monokuma file, what kind of blunt...
I bet it was an iron pipe.
No, that's wrong.
Objection!
Can we agree that the object that dealt the fatal blow was the dumbbell found at the scene of the crime? It was covered in blood, and there was nothing else at the scene that could have caused that kind of injury.
And the wound on the victim's head is consistent with the shape of the dumbbell. As far as I'm concerned, there's no mistake and no room for doubt on this one.
You looked at her head wound?
Yay! That's so creepy!
Oh, he said that purple is a good color. No, I didn't know that. Oh.
If you don't mind, I will proceed from here. Let's move on to discussion of the culprit. Although, I believe the criminal behind this heinous act is already quite clear.
Yep.
What? For real?
Okay, Ryuji.
Chihiro's killer is the fiendish serial killer, Genocide Jack.
He just likes saying that. He just likes saying Genocide Jack. Genocide Jack, the fiendish serial killer. Did he really kill Chihiro? A new element has been added to the non-stop debates. Would you like to hear more? Yeah. Of course. For this debate, lines of white noise will appear to disrupt your reactions. Oh no. Your truth bullets will disappear if they hit one of these lines, so think of them as obstacles in your debate. But there's a way to keep this white noise from getting in your way. Press the A button to attach the silencer, which you can use to shoot down the white noise. However, if you shoot an actual remark with your silencer instead of the white noise, the time limit will decrease, so take careful aim when you have your silencer out. Oof! Oh, but if your action difficulty is set to gentle, white noise won't appear at all. In which case you can forget about the silencer and just focus on the situation in front of you. Well then, good luck and have fun.
The culprit is Genocide Jack. I'm sure of it. Case closed, as far as I'm concerned.
But that's impossible!
Why? What makes it impossible?
Well, I mean, come on! There's just no proof for it.
No, that's wrong!
Objection!
I might know one reason he could be involved.
What?
Oh, Raylan, whenever you do get to Phoenix, right, one of the... It's both a pro and a con, I guess, since you're not playing it on DS. You won't be using the mic to shout, objection, hold it, take that kind of stuff. You'll probably just be clicking something. Because I have it on DS, and you have to shout those things, which sometimes sucks. If it doesn't register correctly, so you could just be shouting objection for like a minute or two and not have it register. What?
I found this file while I was looking around the archive in the library. I guess it's some kind of confidential file the police put together about the Genocide Jack case.
What? That's kind of weird as shit, isn't it? What was something like that doing in the library?
The why of it is probably more trouble than it's worth, so let's forget about that for now. More importantly, it outlines all the specifics of every Genocide Jack case in exceeding detail. According to the file, there appear to be two defining characteristics in every Genocide Jack case. The first is that a bloody message is found written at the scene of every murder.
Oh, that's right. Boob lust.
Ifumi, what did you do with your voice?
No. It's actually bloodlust.
But more important is the other characteristic, and it's something that has never been made public.
Never made public? What the hell is it?
Why don't you tell them, Makoto?
The other characteristic of every Genocide Jack case, which the world at large doesn't know. If I'm not mistaken, it has to do with the positioning of the body. How the victim is positioned, yes.
I got it!
Take that!
Apparently, in every Genocide Jack case, the killer suspends the body in a certain way. Other than the killer, the only people who know about this are the higher-ups in the police department.
Right? It's so obvious that you should all know. Why don't you go ahead and tell them anyway?
However, Chihiro was most definitely suspended in the same way. So, how did the culprit know about this when only high-level police officials were aware of it?
Start sweating profusely. Oh god. My average brain can't handle this.
There's only one logical answer I can think of. It's because the culprit in this case is the real Genocide Jack.
No fucking way!
You're saying Genocide Jack is one of us?
Yes, in fact, it's Toko.
Well, this was a short trial.
What?
Genocide Jack's true identity is Toko Fukawa.
You lie!
What? Hey, okay, wait, hold on a sec. Toko has, like, bloodophobia or whatever, remember? What kind of serial killer is afraid of blood?
It's a defense mechanism caused by trauma at some point. And especially if you have multiple personalities. Oh. I guess I just know because I have that kind of stuff.
Is Toko Genocide Jack? The answer is yes and no.
Yeah, bloodophobia. Bruh, that's not what it is.
Another riddle? Man, why is this gotta be so complicated?
It's a riddle for sure, but I feel like I understand it. What it means for Genocide Jack to be Toko, but also not be Toko. The answer to that is she's not just one person, but multiple people, right? Hangman's Gambit. Wait, what has 6 letters, each I? What? I feel like the first one is S, since there's so many. S. C. No. There's a lot of C's though. I'll try a C. Sure. Oh, Schizo.
Now I understand.
I was like, I'm so confused. I would have expected it to be the whole world. Or the whole word, I mean.
Personality?
Huh?
That's why I was so confused. I'm like, multiple personality. Like, I didn't expect it to just say Schizo.
I think I read that somewhere in the file too. They thought that the suspect might have, what did they call it? Dissociative identity disorder.
Oh, okay. But still, to go and say that about Miss Fukawa is...
perfectly acceptable. Toko's strange behavior after seeing the body is proof enough that she has a split personality.
The one thing that shows Toko could have split personality, it has to do with her behavior. Her behavior changed.
I got it! You're
Take
talking
that!
about how she started acting totally different than usual, right?
That's right. Think back. She fainted when she saw Chihiro's corpse, and then, when she woke up...
I'm fine. Wow, that dead body! Hey, are you dead?
She must have hit her head real hard when she fainted.
Well, the front and the back, the top and the bottom, the sea of truth, and the web of lies. This is quite concerning. I mean, she sounds completely different.
She was acting funny, that's for sure. That melancholy tone of hers completely disappeared.
Don't go assigning adjectives to my tone without permission.
Did you just assume my adjective? Oh.
Not to mention, once she regained consciousness and saw Chihiro's body again, she was utterly calm. In other words, within her is one personality that can handle blood, and one that obviously can.
So when Toko trapped herself in her room, it's because she was scared of Genocide Jack?
I won't let Genocide Jack have control! I'll drive out the killer! Drive out the murderous fiend!
The reason she locked herself in her room wasn't to keep other people from getting in. It was to keep her other personality from getting out.
What?
Toko was afraid. Afraid of the murderous fiend inside of her. Of killing even more people.
How? Yeah. How can you know all this?
It just seems so obvious. How can you not know it?
I do believe you misunderstood her. What she's trying to say isn't, how can you know all this? No. What she wants to know is, how could you tell them?
Huh?
Last night, just before Monokuma gave his motive speech, Toko and I had a strange conversation. She told me a most interesting story. She said a murderous fiend lived within her, and she was afraid it could appear and attack at any time. And that trepidation is what's caused her to have such a bleak attitude. Isn't that right, Toko?
This is all a lie. Right, Toko?
You said you wouldn't tell anyone.
What?
You promised! I can't believe you lied!
You have only yourself to blame. You came to me with your tragic little story. I didn't ask you to.
Yeah, he didn't even pay you. So why would you do that?
This is the real world, not some romantic fantasy fairy tale.
Is this the shortest trial ever, too? The shortest investigation and shortest trial?
Besides, you broke your promise first. You said that as long as you were here, no matter what, you wouldn't let Genocide Jack kill anyone. But in spite of that promise...
I'm sorry, I couldn't keep our promise. But don't worry, never again. I won't let Genocide Jack have control ever again.
You said if I kept my promise, you'd go out with me.
You should have just asked for money.
That's the only reason I promised.
How many times do I have to tell you? I never said that, but you weren't able to do it. You just couldn't resist that rush you got from killing, could you?
I tried. I swear I tried to control it. But
I'm just glad it wasn't Kyoko.
But your efforts were useless. What a disappointment.
I hate you.
Well, the opening act is nearly finished. All that's left is to hear from the person in question directly.
The person? You don't mean...
Toko's body suddenly lunged backwards. Oh my god, is she Voldoing? Oh! Gives me the shivers! A huge thud echoed across the courtroom, but in the next second, please don't be on your, like, bent over backwards like Voldo. Ah!
Hello there! Is it me you were hoping to see?
Why is her tongue so long? Ooh!
What the heck?
That is the correct response, Hifumi. Oh!
So you figured it out, huh? Well, whatever. What are you gonna do? I'm the ultimate murderous fiend, Genocide Jack! Or better yet, let's go with Genocide Jill!
What the fuck is this?
Yeah, that's the other appropriate response, Mondo.
Toko, what happened to you?
Yeah, I don't care what. That wasn't as good of a response.
Not Toko! That's a loser name, and what happened is a textbook split personality! So what if one of them happens to be a serial killer? You should turn a blind eye to one's faults.
Why do you just have your tongue hanging out like that? That cannot be healthy. It's gonna dry out. Ah! Hifumi, get away from her!
She's so intense.
Like they say, sound in murderous mind, sound in murderous body.
This one is so different from the one we've come to know.
Yes, well, the world is composed of a front and a back, you know.
Oh, Hifumi, she's trying to lick you! Get out of there!
Just like how every inning has a top and a bottom, or how in the depths of every truth lives a little lie. Behind every dark and gloomy soul lives another that shines as bright as the sun!
Oh, Hifumi's so scared! Get him out of there! It's not safe! Oh no, he's not into that. He's into what Celeste does to him. This is the murderous fiend, Genocide Jack. This is beyond insane.
Miss Jack, Jill, can I ask you a question?
What's up?
Oh, okay, that's...
Some of us think you might be the mastermind behind our entire situation. What are your thoughts on that?
Well, I'll tell you. I am the mastermind of all masterminds! Just kidding!
Then it's not true?
Of course it's not true! How dare you try to link me to that creepazoid? And another thing, the police and government and society in the outside world are totally powerless! I mean, they just let this idiotic, bloodthirsty maniac go buck wild all over town!
Sure, I'm a bloodthirsty maniac, but life is pain, right? To live is to hurt other people. It's a necessary evil if you want to survive. The act of living itself causes pain for everyone. Just kidding again!
The other appropriate response. Nothing. But I have a feeling it's not just nothing from him. I have a feeling his response was staring off into space.
This should be enough to convince you. This murderous fiend is responsible for Chihiro's death. There's clearly a motive, so there should be no doubt.
A motive?
Remember what Monokuma told us? If someone didn't murder and graduate within 24 hours, an embarrassing memory or secret would be revealed. Well, let's assume that Toko's secret was about Genocide Jack. If a secret like that came to light, Toko's life would have undoubtedly been forever ruined. So she had a very clear motive to never have that side of herself exposed.
Yeah, same star. Ugh.
Interesting. Very, very, very interesting. But Sorry! As much as I hate to admit it, I'm not the culprit!
Huh?
But I cannot imagine anyone other than you could murder someone in such a bizarre fashion.
Maybe so, but nevertheless, it's the truth!
Oh, is it Byakuya? Is it? And since he would have known about that, he's trying to frame it on her. Oh.
Do you really expect any of us to believe you?
Yeah! I could never believe a word you say, you monster!
Maybe. Maybe she's totally right about that, but something's still bothering me. What she said, I need to get some more details about all of this. I'm fine if Byakuya dies. He wasn't paying me enough. Sorry, boss. I got a better offer.
Sorry, but I didn't kill anyone!
You say that, but do you really expect any of us to believe it?
Perhaps if you had an alibi, that would change things.
Oh, an alibi, huh? Now we're talking!
When you compare your past murders to this incident, the modus operandi matches completely. What more proof do we need? Give it up. You killed her.
Okay, so status is different. Okay, I just have to focus on remembering Chihiro's body. That must have the answer. That should prove that what he said isn't quite right.
Sorry, but I didn't kill anyone!
You say that, but do you...
Perhaps if you had an alibi.
Oh, an alibi, huh? Now...
When you compare your past murders to this, the modus operandi matches completely.
No, that's wrong.
Objection! Oh wait, hold it! That's what that one should have been.
Are the methods of murder really exactly the same? I'm not so sure about that.
All the ones in the book were stabs, it looked like. Scissors, sharp objects, not a blunt object. And they were hung up by being pierced to a wall, not strung up. Ugh.
I think there's a slight difference between the Genocide Jack cases and this one.
Like, there was definitely enough knives in here to stab a light, innocent person like Chihiro.
Huh? How's it any different?
Uh-oh, you don't know? Well then, human garbage, let me tell you! I murder with passion and conviction. I consider myself a professional, and I have a very particular way of doing things. Imagine you go to a fancy Italian restaurant. They're very picky about the noodles, the sauce, everything. But what happened to Chihiro? It'd be like if that same Italian restaurant started using ragu or Chef Boyardee. This is no creation of mine.
Let me rephrase that in a way that maybe makes more sense. There are two clear differences between the Genocide Jack cases and this one.
There's one clear difference between the murders. The photos from the other Genocide Jack cases, look at the neck and the stomach. Here you'll see her.
I got it!
Take that!
For one, the cause of death is different. In the Genocide Jack murders, all the victims were killed the same way.
No.
According to the case file, they were all apparently killed with a pair of scissors. But Chihiro died from a blow to the head, right?
Ah, yes. That is remarkably different
I
from
love
the other
that.
murders.
The ragu or Chef Boyardee.
Wouldn't it be strange for someone who kills the same way without fail to suddenly change their method? And there's more. One more conflicting detail.
That's right. In my recipe of murder, if the bloody message is the tortellini, then the arrangement of the body would be the pesto sauce.
Oh my god, she's so scary.
Could you please stop comparing killing people to cooking?
So, are you saying the other difference has to do with how the body was arranged?
That's right, the second difference is related to how she was suspended. In the photos to the other Genocide Jack cases, all the other victims were stabbed through their hands. Here you'll see a clear difference. What was used to suspend her?
I got it! Do you remember what the killer used to suspend her? They used some kind of rope to hang her up by her wrists.
What is your point?
Well, in all the previous Genocide Jack cases, something else was used to suspend them. Specifically, pairs of razor-sharp scissors.
And guess what? I used my own specially designed scissors for the murders and the arrangement. Like I said, I'm a professional, so naturally I'm very picky about the tools I use. And you know what else? Big Mac said there's 2 differences, but he's wrong.
Big Mac? Are you referring to me?
Listen up, Big Mac. There's actually one more difference.
Huh?
My word, you really didn't notice? Take a look at who the victims were in each Genocide Jack case.
All male.
There's a pattern there, just waiting to be discovered.
A pattern?
All the victims were male.
Figure that out, and it'll be plain as death why I couldn't have possibly killed that little lolly girl.
Let's see. There was a pattern surrounding the Genocide Jack victims, and Chihiro didn't fit it. All the victims were male! If you look at the names of every victim, what you'll notice is, I think I figured it out. Because Chihiro is a girl.
I got it!
Take that!
Is it because Chihiro was a girl?
Bingo! Bullseye! Right on the money!
What are you talking about?
In all the Genocide Jack cases, all the victims had something in common.
Ken Harada, 32. I'm not going to read all those names again.
They were all guys?
That's right! The people I kill with such passion and conviction are all adorable little men!
Okay, now Hifumi's getting into it. Look at him. He's like, okay, wait, I could get into this. Hifumi, don't. Just go for Celeste still. Look at him. Like, before he was scared, but now he's like, oh, God. The Y-boner. He's like, why is my pee-pee hard?
I can't believe I said it! I'm so embarrassed!
Oh, my God.
The hell is wrong with you?
He's so scared! Mondo, don't worry. I'll protect you.
I can't help it! I'm just a full-throttle boy-on-boy fangirl, and the mopey side of me just hates it.
Oh, she wishes she got to see Mondo and Taka in the sauna. Or me and Leon. Ugh. She jelly.
But now I'm on the fast track to becoming a full-fledged fan madam!
So since Chihiro was a girl and not an adorable little man, you wouldn't kill her?
Would an Italian chef suddenly start making ramen just because they're both noodles? Don't be stupid. I have too much passion and conviction to cross that line. That's the absolute reality of the one and only.
We get it. You've clearly explained your hobby and your philosophy. But that's not all there is to it. It's a different matter entirely, when you're forced to kill in order to survive.
Quiet, lolly car!
Yeah, Stars are expert here.
Lowly cur?
I would never kill for a reason as petty as mere survival. And if by some fluke I did kill to survive, why would I bother with the message and arrangement? It'd make me the obvious suspect!
That does make some amount of sense.
Plus, whatever reason I have for killing, I would never leave out my prized scissors. Who would go out of their way to use a big, stupid, heavy dumbbell?
Maybe you used the dumbbell because you couldn't find any scissors in the school?
Any scissors? I don't just use any scissors. I only use my own set of high-class envy of the entire world!
Okay, whatever. There still aren't any in the school.
Are you sure about that?
Oh my god.
She's fully equipped.
That's right! So I can kill anywhere, anytime! Why would I resort to dumbbells or rope when I have my trusty scissors by my side? Go ahead, tell me I'm wrong! You can't, can you, gutter dogs, all of you!
It just needs to have the menacing instead of da-don.
Not to mention, I have no clue how to tie a good knot. So rope's totally out of the question anyway.
He's like, why my pee-pee hard?
I have no idea what's going on anymore. Could such a heinous villain really be innocent?
Oh my gosh, everyone, calm down.
But the body really was suspended, right? And nobody but the police knew about that.
Nobody but the police. And Byakuya. Trial 2, aka why my pee-pee hard.
Yeah. That's why we figured it had to be the real deal and not some copycat killer or whatever.
Actually, hold on. There is one person. One person who could have copied the Genocide Jack cases. It was me!
Here's my answer.
Take that!
Byakuya, it's possible you could have found out, isn't it? You'd have no problem gaining access to classified government documents or internal police records. Plus, you'd already looked through the Genocide Jack file before this all happened, hadn't you?
That's why he wanted to team up with me. To get me on his side. Oh. Sir, you would have to pay me a whole lot more than what you paid me to get me on your side. Good job, Star. I'm gonna name a much higher price than before.
Are you saying Mr. Togami did it?
Then the reason he pushed the theory of Genocide Jack being the killer so hard was because he wanted to pin the crime on her.
Yep.
So, he rearranged the scene to disguise it and make it look like I put my stamp on it. The adorable glasses man was behind it all. Oh, I'm on fire!
Oh my god, calm yourself.
Well, Byakuya, what's your response?
I see. So now the suspicion falls on me. Then I must ask, when would you say I began acting suspicious? Surely you must have an answer.
Looking back and thinking about it now, the way you were acting right before we discovered the body was a little strange.
And the locker rooms. They're suspicious. Very suspicious indeed, wouldn't you agree? Huh? Suspicious? It seems nobody searched the locker rooms. Let's start with the girls' locker room.
You wanted to go to the girls' locker room right away, right? But since you're a guy...
I should have naturally thought of the boys' locker room first. Is that what you want to say? The victim was Chihiro, a girl. Hence why I said we should check the girls' locker room.
But how would you know who the victim was? Aha! Hold it!
Nothing strange about that, I'd say.
On the contrary, there's something very strange.
Okay then, what's so strange about it? Go ahead, share with the rest of the class.
There was a clear contradiction in what Byakuya just said. I need to make it clear to everyone. A new element has been added to non-stop debates. Would you like to hear more? Yes. Next, we're going to add something called a truth flashback. If you aim at a weak spot and hold down the Y button, then you'll memorize that weak spot. This memorized phrase can only be shot once as a single truth bullet. If you shoot or change the truth bullet, it will disappear from your truth cylinder. However, you can use this flashback feature as many times as you want.
You don't seem to have the answer to a lie or contradiction in your loaded truth bullets. It might be wise to memorize a different weak spot and use that to make your case. When's the best time to flashback? Well, you'll just have to use your keen wits, won't you? Okay, this is interesting. This is an interesting addition. In this case, though, I will say that if you don't use a flashback, you won't be refuting anything. Well then, good luck and have fun. Oh man, I gotta use my brain even more now.
So, you said Byakuya was acting kind of weird before we found the body. But he was acting weird... how?
If you're presented with the opportunity to check out the girls' locker room,
you absolutely take it! That's a natural reaction for any guy!
The victim was Chihiro, who was a girl. So, of course, I would suggest we check the girls' locker room first.
Okay,
There
I
was
saw
no
what I
time
have to
for
do.
Pointless distractions. What's so strange about that?
I wish you'd taken me with you.
Okay. Hearing Byakuya's comment about Chihiro being a girl, I realize there's a clear contradiction there. Yes, he said that before finding the body. Yep. Because it doesn't make sense how he could have known before we found out. Yep.
So, you said Byakuya was acting, but he was acting...
If you're presented with the opportunity to check out...
That's a natural reaction for...
The victim was Chihiro, who was a girl. So, of course, I would suggest we check the girls' locker room first.
There was no time. What's so strange?
I wish you'd taken me with you.
Okay, yep.
So, you said Byakuya was acting kind of weird before we found the body.
What? Come on, Makoto. Don't scare me like that. Makes me think something weird is going on.
Shoot!
I need to think about this one more time. There must be a contradiction there somewhere. What? Other way around. Oh.
So, you said Byakuya was acting kind of weird.
Give me
before we
that
found the
statement.
body. But he was acting weird... how?
If you're presented with the opportunity to check out...
That's a natural...
The victim was Chihiro.
No, that's wrong.
Hold it!
I'll tell you what's so strange about that. Because up until we actually discovered the body, we couldn't have known who the victim was. So your claim that you went to the girls' locker room first because Chihiro was the victim doesn't hold up.
I see. That's a good answer, I must admit. Interesting. Very interesting indeed. But your reasoning is still too weak.
Huh?
What's wrong? Is that it? Surely you've got more than that. Go ahead. Show us.
What's with Byakuya's attitude? It's like he doesn't care. I've got him cornered, but he's acting like it has nothing to do with him.
What's the matter? You're not finished already, are you? There must be more to it.
There is. I think.
There is more to it. Think about it. We just talked about the differences between this case and past Genocide Jack incidents. The proof you're looking for is hidden in there.
Oh? Proof that I'm the culprit, you mean?
The differences between this case and the other Genocide Jack murders. The evidence that proves Byakuya is responsible is hidden in there? What could it be? Library desk lamp.
What? The difference between the cases? You want me to explain it again? When I want to kill, I use my very own special scissors. And I use those same scissors to arrange the body.
But Chihiro was suspended with... It was some kind of rope. Was it not?
That's right! It absolutely was!
Oh, you're so dumb.
Then there must be something very fishy indeed about that rope.
Hey, Byakuya, where'd you get it from, huh?
I'd never seen that rope before in my life.
Curses.
Obviously, somebody else must have had it hidden away somewhere.
Okay. The proof that Byakuya did it is hidden within the rope. I guess it's possible, but first, the item issues been was used was like rope, but was it actually a rope? No, it wasn't. Byakuya didn't use rope, he used a very specific object. Yeah, I messed up.
The difference between... You want me to explain when I want to kill, and they use those things to— But, Chihiro, this was some kind of—
That's right!
Then there must be—
Hey, Byakuya. Wait.
I'd never seen that rope before in my...
There we go.
No, that's wrong!
Objection!
Actually, I'm pretty sure you have seen it before. Because, you see, that rope, or should I say, that extension cord?
What? An extension cord?
Byakuya, you've used the extension cord in the library more than once, haven't you? And the same extension cord that was in the library all this time went missing after the murder. And there's no way someone who uses that extension cord as much as you do wouldn't discover that fact.
Then Byakuya must be the one who took the extension cord. I can't imagine any other possibility.
That's really what you think? Then your conclusion is something like this? I killed Chihiro in the girls' locker room, then hung her up and wrote that bloody message. I intentionally made it look like Genocide Jack was behind it. Is that about right?
Pretty much, except you killed her in the boys' locker room and moved her. He's doing it again. He's totally calm, totally unconcerned. As if he's not even involved. Wait, not even involved?
What's wrong? I asked you if you think that's what happened.
Hell yes, that's what happened. So that's it, right? Byakuya's the killer.
I don't disagree with not disagreeing.
Don't disagree with not disagreeing. Too many negatives.
He kept calling this a game, right? So he'd be totally willing to do something like this to win.
Sorry, but could we hold on just a second? I think we need to talk about this a little more.
Huh? Do we really need to? We've already decided who did it.
I know, but still, there's something that's still bothering me.
Is that right? And what, pray tell, is still bothering you?
You didn't actually pay me! You lied! You said you were gonna pay me for teaming up with you. But look! Holds out my pockets and wallet. They're empty!
I killed her in the girls' locker room, then disguised my crime. Specifically, I dressed it up to make it look like it was the work of a homicidal psychopath. What about all that bothers you?
Wait, what was that just now? Something's not right. Chihiro's body was definitely found in the girls' locker room, but does that mean... Can I really just accept what Byakuya said is the truth? No, I don't think so. There's something definitely off about what he said. The scene of the crime.
I got it! You say you
Hold
killed
it!
Chihiro in the girls' locker room, right? But are you sure about that? Isn't it possible that the murder took place somewhere else?
It sure is.
How disappointing. What kind of question is that? Even in the world of disappointments, this is a true letdown.
Wow. You shut up.
She was found dead in the girls' locker room. There is absolutely no question about that. How could the scene of the crime have been anywhere else?
Well, I think it's entirely possible that she was killed somewhere else, then carried there later, along with the rest of the murder scene.
The rest of the murder scene? That was awfully specific. Please tell me you have a reason for saying all of that.
I believe I do.
Hey, Byakuya, did I just take you off guard? You sure did. When the story suddenly moved to the crime scene, Byakuya, who'd been so confident up until now, maybe Byakuya never realized that the actual scene of the crime could have been somewhere else?
Hey, don't just move on without permission! What do you mean she was killed somewhere else?
Well, I'll tell you.
Come on, Makoto. If there's any chance the murder took place somewhere else, let's see the proof.
Evidence that shows the murder took place somewhere else? There was something that was switched between the boys' and girls' locker rooms. It was the posters. And the carpet. But I'll do this one, because that's probably the more obvious one.
I got it!
Take that!
The proof that she was killed somewhere else is the poster that's hanging in each locker room.
Your proof? is some posters?
It sure is.
The poster in the girls' locker room was a picture of a big-boobed supermodel. But don't you think that's kind of strange? Why would the girls' locker room have a poster like that?
I bet those massive jugs of hers were totally fake!
Meanwhile, the boys' locker room had a poster of the super popular boy band Tornado. Again, that doesn't really seem to belong in a boys' locker room.
Yeah, it totally should have been in the sauna.
So you're saying that maybe the posters were switched?
And there's one other thing I noticed about the locker rooms.
Hearing Makoto say big boobed supermodel makes you smile. I don't know, the way he said it.
You know what I'm talking about, right, Sakura?
You're referring to my protein coffee, aren't you?
Protein coffee?
While I was in the girls' locker room earlier, I spilled some protein coffee on the carpet. But I noticed that after the murder, the stain had been totally scrubbed away.
No, it's not that the stain was scrubbed away. It was moved. Take that!
I got it! The stain on the girls' locker room carpet wasn't scrubbed away. In fact, I found it on the boys' locker room carpet.
That's definitely the stain from my protein coffee.
Then, does that mean that the carpets were switched too? But why would anyone do that?
To move the murder scene from one locker room to the other. It's certainly plausible, don't you think? What? In other words, in order to completely swap the scene of the crime, the blood-stained poster and carpet were moved along with the dead body. By doing this, the killer was able to change the entire room where the murder took place.
I can certainly follow your reasoning, but why would the culprit bother doing that?
Huh?
Why would they go through all that trouble of switching the scene of the crime? Actually, an even bigger question. If the murder did take place in the boys' locker room, then how did Chihiro get in the boys' locker room in the first place? To get into the locker rooms, you have to swipe your e-handbook across the card reader device. But Chihiro's handbook should have only allowed her access to the girls' locker room. She had no way to get into the boys' locker room to begin with.
No, she did have a way, and I can tell you what it was.
I highly doubt that.
Shut up! I'm telling you, I know how she could have done it.
Is he right? Could Chihiro really have gotten into the boys' locker room somehow? Yeah.
Is it really possible? Could Chihiro really have gotten into the boys' locker room somehow?
Ah! I got it! She must have hacked her e-handbook! She was the ultimate programmer, after all. I'm sure that would have been no problem for her.
No, I don't think that's it. She used the thing that was in the main hall.
Huh? What thing?
I'm talking about Leon's handbook, of course. If she had that, she could get into the boys' locker room no problem.
Okay. Theoretically, if Chihiro was able to use Leon's handbook, she could get into the boys' locker room. When we found Leon's handbook in the main hall, there's no doubt about it. In which case, can we really say that she used it?
Is it really possible? Could Chihiro really have got...
Ah! I got it! She must have hacked her e-handbook! She was the ultimate. I'm sure that would have...
No, I don't... She used the thing...
Huh? What?
I'm talking about Leon's handbook.
No, that's wrong!
Hold it!
No, I don't think Chihiro used Leon's handbook.
Nagi was also Caesar. I'm assuming the Japanese voice actor.
Why not?
Because Leon's handbook was broken.
Oh. Huh. That's interesting.
Oh. Well, then, yeah, I guess that'd be pretty impossible, huh?
I am struck silent by how quickly you gave up.
Plus, isn't there a regulation against using someone else's handbook?
Actually, the rule states that loaning your handbook is prohibited. It says nothing about borrowing one. In other words, you could borrow a dead person's handbook all you want, and you'd be safe.
Yup, yup, yup! Hit the nail square on the noggin!
Of course, if it were broken, that wouldn't make any sense anyway.
So then, she must have hacked hers, like I said. She used her ultimate programmer skills and...
Psst! You can't fix an e-handbook. The instant you open one up, a security buzzer starts glaring.
So, if she didn't use Leon's handbook, and she didn't modify her own handbook...
Maybe Mr. Naegi's initial assumption is just wrong?
It seems like there's no way she could have got into the boys' locker room. So I guess so.
Okay then, I vote for Byakuya.
Is that it then? Chihiro was killed in the girls' locker room, and Byakuya is the one who did it? Really? But still, I don't know what else I can do.
Hold on a second. I agree with you, though. I think you're on the right track.
What the? You finally decide to open your mouth and that's what you've got to say? There's no way she could get in the boys' locker room, right? So...
Why are you so sure she couldn't get in? There's still one other way she could have gained access.
What?
What are you talking about? What other way is there?
Well, to explain that, why don't we take a little break from the trial? I'd like you all to come see something.
Wait! Just what do you think you're doing?
Don't worry. This'll make the whole trial more exciting. I'm sure that thought must please you.
Huh? It'll make things more exciting? Well, all right then. I declare an official class trial recess.
Well, that swayed him real fast.
For real?
Now then, what is it you want to show us? It better not be boring or I'll be very unhappy.
Oh, I have no doubt it'll meet your lofty expectations. So, shall we go?
So before I even knew what was happening, the class trial had been put on hold. Yeah, see, that's what I was saying. I was like, it must be that the handbook got broken by blocking the Gatling gun fire when someone else let her in. And, like, the handbooks were not designed to stand up to gunfire because no students would have guns. We headed off with Kyoko in the lead. And where she took us was...
The girls' locker room?
We've already searched this place top to bottom! What are you trying to pull, Missy?
I'd like you to examine the victim's body one more time.
You want to check it again?
Be sure to examine the entire body very carefully. Take your time.
Examine her carefully?
Oh my god!
Like, using our hands?
No way!
It's probably best if I don't run my hands all over a girl's dead body.
It's not that I'm creeped out or anything, it's just... based on religious grounds, you know?
Very well. I'll do it.
But you're a girl. You shouldn't have to touch a dead body. Just let one of the boys do it.
No, it's okay. I think Chihiro would rather have a girl examine her. So just leave this to me.
Sakura. What is this? Some kind of secret girl-on-girl action? Is that what you two are about? That's not it at all. Stop screwing around.
Okay, here I go. I'm sorry, Chihiro. Please excuse the intrusion.
Putting her hands together in a brief prayer, Sakura then began to quietly examine her body.
Be sure to check her entire body, and I believe we will solve this particular mystery.
Her entire body? I know you say that, but... What? This is... What is this?
Why my pee-pee hard?
What is it?
Not possible. It's not possible.
Chihiro's a boy. Oh, this whole trial. Sakura's eyes were staring wildly at Chihiro's lifeless form. Her massive frame trembled.
This girl is
what?
Is a boy.
Ah, I see. So she was actually a he.
What? You're joking, right?
I wouldn't joke about this.
Then it's really true?
Chihiro was a guy?
Oh, what? You guys didn't know? Heck, I knew that right off the bat. Chihiro Fujisaki was totally a guy.
Then he was a cross-dresser?
Oh my god.
So that's what Kyoko wanted to show everyone, huh? Interesting. Yes, that certainly does make things much more exciting. Now let's ride this wave of excitement back to the courtroom and get back to the trial. Ahem. I do apologize for keeping you waiting. Now then, let's resume the class trial. We've all just learned of the shocking revelation that Chihiro was actually a boy. Let's pick up from there.
Yes, well, I don't know his reason for hiding it, but the fact is, Chihiro was not a girl, but a boy.
To think that Chihiro was actually a guy. That makes me like him even more. The thought had never even crossed my mind.
And because the victim was male, he would have had no problem gaining access to the boys' locker room.
Assuming his handbook did, in fact, list his gender as male, then yes, that would be true.
Of course his handbook said he was a boy. He dressed like a girl, but he was a boy through and through.
Which would explain why he was going at night, because he wouldn't have been able to get into the girls' locker room.
So then, there should be no issue with Makoto's initial assertion. The victim was killed in the boys' locker room, and was then later moved to the girls' locker room. And the killer could have easily used Sayaka or Junko's handbook to get into the girls' locker room.
So Chihiro really was killed in the boys' locker room?
I still don't understand the motive for moving the body, but yes, that does seem plausible.
Well, I must admit, I did find it rather odd.
Yep.
I knew he felt a little off. There was a certain incongruity to his female body.
This is the most titillating situation!
So now everything has been connected. All the mysteries have finally become clear.
Okay, well, connected or clear or whatever. We still think you're the killer, remember?
Very interesting. This has become very interesting indeed.
Ah, he's off in his own little world.
What about you, Makoto? After everything we've learned, do you still think Byakuya's the killer?
Yeah.
Well, without a doubt, Byakuya is the one that made Chihiro's death look like Genocide Jack did it. But I think he might not actually be the killer after all.
What? But aren't you the one who accused him in the first place?
He just seems to be too easygoing about all this. Like he's enjoying us solving the mystery. The way he's acting, it makes it seem like it doesn't have anything to do with him.
But that could just be an act. Woo!
And you think that might be because it doesn't have anything to do with him?
Plus, the evidence he left behind was a little too... how can I put it? Overt. He consciously chose to use the extension cord. knowing it could connect him to the murder. At least, that's how I see it. And Byakuya, when you found out the murder took place in the boys' locker room, it seemed to rattle you. And then again when you found out Chihiro was actually a guy. If you really were the killer, that stuff wouldn't have had any effect on you.
So that's your thinking, huh? Well, it bothers me that you don't have more concrete reasons, but it's fine. I guess I'll mark it as correct for the time being.
Mark it as correct?
He's right. I am not the culprit. I just happened to come across the corpse in the girls' locker room and decided to alter it.
Are you fucking with us right now?
No, I am not effing with you right now. I'm telling you the truth.
Well, I find it very hard to believe.
He's like, my pee-pee's so confused right now! Why you do this to me?
Go ahead. Find it very hard to believe. You're free to be executed along with the rest of us.
If you're really telling the truth, then why? Why do you do that to his body?
My reasons hardly matter right now. Uncovering the culprit is much more important, wouldn't you say? Now then, if it wasn't me, who was it?
Well, I don't think I can say for sure without talking about it a little more.
We're seriously gonna keep going? We're all good, aren't we? I thought it was clear Byakuya did it.
Okay, well now this guy seems to be very suspicious. Because he's trying to push it on Byakuya.
No, I'm with Makoto.
And he knew about
if there's any
the...
doubt whatsoever, we need to explore every possibility.
He knew about the handbooks when he doesn't seem like the type to know about anything.
Because if we're wrong, we all die here.
That's true. Very well then. I'm with you too.
Damn straight. Count me in.
Do you not have a mind of your own?
Of course I do. What am I, an ant or something?
Anyway, let's discuss this all as a group one more time. We still have time to make our decision.
That's very true.
Our lives are all on the line.
Excellent. Then shall we resume our game of hide and seek?
But if Byakuya didn't do it, then who's the real killer? Who murdered Chihiro? There's one thing we can be sure that we know about the killer. The killer was able to gain access to the real murder scene, which means the killer is a guy.
I got it!
Take that! Since the crime scene was the boys' locker room, you would need the boys' handbook to get in. Since Leon's handbook is apparently broken, the killer would have had to use their own. In other words, it had to have been a guy. But that's still not enough. I need to find some more clues.
Isn't there a single clue that might lead us to who did it?
Well, clues are one thing, but did nobody get a look at the killer?
I'm sure if someone saw the killer, they would have said something by now.
Perhaps someone saw the victim at some point. Even that might be enough for now.
Yeah. All we need right now is any kind of new info.
Oh, I shouldn't have shot that. I keep scaring her. Sorry, Hina.
Shoot!
My bad. I should have listened to the whole conversation. I usually do, but the time I don't. I'm sorry, people.
Perhaps someone saw the victim at some point.
Yeah. All we need right now is any kind of new info.
It's over. It's all over. You want to know who saw the victim? The killer. And only the killer. And it's not like they're just gonna turn themselves in. Game over, man. Game over.
Okay, well I saw what it was now.
No! Not game over!
Okay, no, as a matter of fact, there is an eyewitness account regarding Chihiro. She has more information than that.
Isn't there a single clue?
Well, did nobody get... I'm sure if someone saw the...
Perhaps someone saw the victim.
Yeah.
It's over. You want to know who saw...
The killer. and only the killer. And it's not like
Oh!
Game over, man.
I suck.
Game over! Isn't there a single clue?
Well, did nobody get... I'm sure if someone saw the...
Perhaps someone saw the victim. Yeah.
it's over. It's all. You want to know who saw the victim? The killer.
There we go.
No,
Jeez.
that's wrong.
Hold it!
I believe someone else did see the victim before he was murdered. What do you think, Celeste?
Now that you mention it, yes, I did see him.
Huh? Really?
Oh, but I suppose only Makoto knows about this.
Makoto.
The rest of you had no idea, did you? That is why you're all making such ugly noises.
Now I feel super weird giving Chihiro, Hinata type voice.
Whatever! Just hurry up and tell us!
It was last night, right before nighttime. I saw Chihiro in the dormitory warehouse.
Oh my god. Because I was like, huh, this voice doesn't sound all that girly. I know, but I was like, upon hearing the voice, I was like, huh, that sounds like not 100% girly, but it sounded like very slightly boyish, but I could see it being a girl voice. Not everyone has the same type of voice, you know. Some boys sound a little more feminine, some girls sound a little more masculine. So I was just like, interesting. But just from the look, I'm gonna go Hinata voice. The highest pitch voice I can handle.
I saw him stuffing a track jacket into a duffel bag. And then, I assume, he headed off to exercise.
Yeah, right?
A track jacket and a duffel bag? But we didn't find anything like that at the murder scene.
It seems likely that the culprit destroyed them to get rid of any evidence.
And that is when he said something that struck me as rather odd.
Well, I better get going. I'm kind of in a hurry.
I'm gonna keep doing it whenever, even though I know now.
Chihiro told me he was in a hurry. But why would he be in a hurry? Only if someone were waiting for him, I should think.
So, Mr. Fujisaki was on his way to meet with someone, and then they were going to work out together?
But Hina and I had invited him to exercise with us plenty of times, and he always declined.
Probably because he was afraid you'd find out the secret he was hiding, right?
Which means that conversely, he must have trusted whoever he was meeting with very much. Enough so that he was willing to risk his secret being revealed.
What a marvelous friendship! The point is, whoever he met up with is the culprit, right? So we just gotta figure out who it was.
But knowing what we know, I can't even guess.
No. You already have what you need to make the connection.
Huh?
You know who the killer is.
Seriously?
Who is it? Who's the killer?
Think back to the track jacket and duffel bag the killer disposed of. Focus on the details of these items, and it should become obvious who was waiting for him.
Are you sure about that? You really think we can figure out who did it based on two pieces of evidence that we don't have?
What? You want to track down some fingerprints or something?
Gotcha. Thanks for joining, Little Green. Take care.
Even if we had the equipment for that, we wouldn't know how to use it.
As was noted, the evidence is already gone. There's nothing to get fingerprints from.
Yeah, right? She's just like, yeah. Like, anytime anyone has something they could say,
they're like, nah, Makoto, it's up to you. And he's like, I have an average brain. I don't know things. I'm just a typical high schooler.
Maybe, but we can make certain inferences if we just take the time to talk it out.
Easy for you to say. But fine. Celeste, did you notice anything special about the bag or jacket?
The bag was just a normal duffel bag from the warehouse. All the bags in there are the same, so I can't imagine what would make that one special.
Well, if I remember right, there was a decent variety of tracksuits to choose from. Do you think there might be some connection between the culprit and Chihiro's jacket?
Perhaps. Let's explore that and talk a bit more about the jacket he took.
Does Chihiro's track jacket really hold some clue about the killer? Somehow, it's really hard to believe.
First of all, we know where Chihiro was headed. He was on his way to go exercise. So next we have to ask, why did he choose the specific tracksuit that he did?
What do you mean, the specific tracksuit?
I got it! He picked that tracksuit because it matched the one the culprit was wearing.
So, what you're saying is, the killer was wearing the same blue tracksuit as him? My tracksuit is black.
I don't even have a tracksuit. Cause exercising sucks.
I have a white tracksuit personally. I got it from the warehouse, if you must know.
Did any of that really help us get any closer to figuring out who the culprit is?
No way. Not a chance.
You heard him, right? What he just said without even realizing it?
She's right. What he just said now is really odd. How did he know something like that?
First of all, we know where Chihiro was headed. He was on his way to go exercise.
Oh no, please
So
don't be
next we have to
Mondo!
Why did he choose the specific tracksuit that he did?
What do you mean, the specific tracksuit?
I got it! He picked that tracksuit because it matched the one the culprit was wearing.
So, what you're saying is, the killer was wearing the same blue tracksuit as him? My tracksuit is black.
I don't even have a tracksuit. Cause exercising sucks.
I have a white tracksuit personally. I got it from the warehouse, if you must know.
Did any of that really help us get any closer?
No way. Not a chance.
You heard him, right?
Oh, let's see. Oh.
First
I
of
don't
all,
really
We
know.
know where
what to
he
do
was
here.
on his way, so next bit, why did he choose?
What do you mean, the...
I got it! It matched the one...
So, like the killer was wearing the same blue tracksuit as him? My tracksuit is black.
Nope. Okay, good. The hell are you talking about? Just shut up, you little bitch!
Shoot!
I'm sorry, Mondo. I had to do that. I'm glad I was wrong. I'm sorry I doubted you!
First of all, we know where Chihiro was headed. He was on his way to go exercise. So next we have to ask, why did he choose the specific tracksuit that he did?
Oh man,
What do
I
you
really
mean,
don't
the
know.
specific tracksuit.
I got it! He picked that tracksuit because it matched the one the culprit was wearing.
So, what you're saying is, the killer was wearing the same blue tracksuit as him? My tracksuit is black.
I don't even have a tracksuit. Cause exercising sucks.
I have a white tracksuit personally. I got it from the warehouse, if you must know.
Did any of that really help us get any closer to figuring out
man.
who the culprit is?
No way.
Not a chance.
You heard him, right? What he just said without even realizing it?
Okay. And this is where Tater logic fails. She's right. What he said just now is really odd. How did he know something like that?
First of all, we know where Chihiro was headed. He was on his way to go exercise. So next we have to ask, why did he choose the specific tracksuit that he did?
What do you mean, the specific tracksuit?
I got it! He picked that tracksuit because it matched the one the culprit was wearing.
So, what you're saying is, the killer was wearing the same blue tracksuit as him? My tracksuit is black.
I don't need exercise.
I have a white track. I got it from the...
Did any of that really help us?
No way. Not a chance.
Celeste didn't say what color.
But he just...
First of all, he was on his way, so next week, why did he choose?
What do you mean, the...
I got it!
I'm sorry, Mondo.
So, what you're saying, the killer was wearing the same blue...
No, that's wrong.
Hold it! Oh, Mondo, why?
Hold on a second, Mondo. What did you just say?
Huh? What'd I say?
I'm so sad! I'm so sad! Why does this keep happening to me? Why?
When Celeste testified a few minutes ago, she said...
I saw him stuffing a track jacket into a duffel bag. And then I assumed he headed off to exercise?
She never said anything about the jacket's color. So why did you say Chihiro's blue tracksuit?
What are you... You just...
Hey, Celeste. What color was Chihiro's tracksuit?
As a matter of fact, it was...
And before we began the trial, did you tell anyone that?
The only one I told about any of this was you.
Then, Mondo, how did you know what color Chihiro's tracksuit was?
Because I just...
I'm sure he saw the clothes at some point in the investigation.
No, that can't be it. The bag and clothes were surely disposed of by the time we began our investigation.
Then the only reason he could have known what color the tracksuit was is if he saw Cherry with it before he died! That's the only possibility! Cherry? Are you talking about Chihiro? So, how about it? Did you see the tracksuit or didn't you?
I know, right? He's like, dude, we bonded in that sauna. I gotta protect my boy.
Just by chance. I just happened to see it last night.
No, my corn-haired boy.
He walked past me, and he was carrying the tracksuit in his hands.
No, that can't be it either. According to Celeste's testimony,
She stuffed the jacket into her bag in a hurry. It was almost like she was trying to hide it. And just like that, she was gone.
when Celeste noticed it, Chihiro made a point of making sure the jacket was completely in the bag. If you just ran into him briefly, you couldn't possibly have seen what color the tracksuit was.
Yeah.
It would appear you've dug your own grave.
No!
Perhaps. But you handed him the shovel, didn't you? That's why you said what you did. Focus on the tracksuit and it'll be obvious who he met with? What a bunch of nonsense.
Ah, now I understand. It was all one big bluff, wasn't it? Your true intention was to draw a slip of the tongue from the culprit.
Nice. But not nice. Mondo, why?
That's why you said you knew who did it. To put them on edge.
I just keep losing everyone I care about.
That's right. However, Mondo was my target all along. I had my suspicions about
Why
him
would you
from
be
the very
suspicious
beginning.
of Mondo? He's a good person.
But why?
Don't do this to him.
What made you so suspicious?
If you say his hair, I swear.
That's a good question.
The way he was acting. No.
There was a certain turning point that tipped me off. Maybe you didn't notice it, Mondo, but you tend to refer to men and women differently. You only call guys dude. For girls, it's chick. And after he was killed, You happen to refer to him as Dude.
Oh, he did!
Once I picked up on that, it occurred to me that Mondo knew something we didn't.
I didn't even realize that, because I just think of dude as gender neutral. I'm a dude. He's the dude. She's the dude. Because we're all dudes. Hey.
You notice such a tiny detail?
Are you a witch? She's a witch! You're positively frightful!
No, I'm not the frightful one. Not nearly as frightful as someone capable of murdering a friend.
Mondo, was it really you? Did you really kill Chihiro?
Yeah, the three genders, boy, girl, and dude.
I didn't kill anyone! You've been all over me, judging everything I say, putting words in my mouth.
And the hidden fourth one, bruh.
What gives you the right to treat me like a goddamn criminal?
Yeah, he would never do something like that. This is a false accusation.
It's true. My reasoning on that is pretty shaky.
That was fast.
Well, this does present us with a problem. It seems we are all out of leads.
My time has nearly come.
What was that voice you for me?
That's what my little ghost friend is telling me.
Oh yeah, that reminds me. Hifumi, weren't you telling me you'd found some evidence?
Really? What kind of evidence?
Actually, you know, now that I'm thinking about it here calmly, it might not be all that relevant.
Jeez, did your confidence just get up and walk away? It's fine, man. Just tell us.
If you really insist, then... here it is.
What do you have there?
It happens to be an e-handbook. I found it laying on the ground, so I scooped it up.
You found it on the ground, then it must belong to... Mondo... It's mine. It's mine. I dropped. My bad. Oh. Chihiro?
I got it!
Got it.
We know
Take that.
Chihiro's handbook was missing from the scene of the crime, right?
For a fact.
For a fact indeed. I was totally sure I'd found it.
Then it must hold some clue about the culprit, right?
Well, that's what I was hoping. But it's busted. It won't even turn on.
I imagine the culprit broke it to get rid of any evidence after the murder.
That's odd. I didn't think the handbooks were quite so fragile.
You're right. They're not. They're totally waterproof and shock resistant. It would take an awful lot to break one.
And yet, this one does appear to be broken, as is Leon's, sitting useless in the main hall. For all your confidence, that is a remarkably high failure rate.
Do you think there might be some kind of mystery in there somewhere? How precisely did the handbooks get broken?
How did the handbooks break? There's only one possible explanation. By hitting its weak point.
I got it!
Take that!
You already told us before that the handbook has one weak point, didn't you?
Bullets.
Yeah! You remember that? Sure, maybe I let that slip, but I never told anyone what the weak point actually was.
But if the handbook is supposed to never break, and two of them broke in quick succession, then
we can only assume that someone's figured out its weakness.
The handbook's weakness is the handbook! Hitting two of them together, it's like dragon type! Dragon's super effective against dragon. Is that it?
You know what the weakness is, right, Monokuma? So, what is it?
Huh? You're asking me?
I think it's a necessary piece of information if you want this to be a fair trial.
I mean, he did say it was resistant to water, shock. Dragon's resistant to water and electricity. And it's weak against itself.
Are these e-handbooks actually dragons? Is this Pokemon? Is Monokuma Teddy Ursa?
But if I tell you, and someone else decides to copy it, that would be very not good.
Just tell us already! Why would we want to break our own handbooks?
Oh well, I have a weakness for pushy demands. But you're sure you won't follow their example?
I honestly don't know, Star. I just kind of went on some weird trip right there.
Then allow me to make a special announcement. The weak point of my cutting-edge e-handbook is...
Guns or handbooks?
When it's exposed to high temperatures for too long, it will suffer a meltdown and totally break!
Oh. Wow, I didn't see that one coming at all. So it broke in the sauna. Because he had all his clothes on.
I flippin' knew it!
You knew it?
Yeah, because I found the handbook laying on the floor of the sauna.
The temperature in the sauna can reach over 200 degrees. Strange how you don't get burnt, huh? It's because as your sweat evaporates, it creates a cooling layer of air around your skin. If the hot air of the sauna were somehow pushed directly onto your skin, you'd definitely get fried. That layer of air would get blown away. That's why you may feel a burning when you move around. So when you're in a sauna, make sure to keep nice and still.
That's interesting. Look at that. Science.
Wow, interesting. I learned one new fact today.
Oh, look, Taka, I agree with you.
That is a mere trifling speck of knowledge.
Anyway, if you found the victim's handbook in the sauna, then the killer must have been purposely trying to raise its temperature in order to break it.
See? And Mondo must have Leon's. And his handbook is the broken one in the drawer. Mondo, why?
Meaning the culprit somehow knew its weakness.
But how'd they find out? Monokuma said he didn't tell anyone, right?
Indeed. Quite the mystery.
What if they found out by accident?
What do you mean by accident?
What if the killer took their own handbook into the sauna, not knowing its weakness, and it broke? They'd realize it was broken, of course, and it wouldn't be hard to figure out why. And once they had Chihiro's handbook, they knew they had an easy way to dispose of it.
I won't say it's not possible, but who would have done something like that? I don't know of anyone who took their handbook into the sauna.
It was Mondo.
I might know someone who did.
Whoa, seriously?
I think the one who may have taken their handbook into the sauna was...
He's so sad. Why my pee-pee? It's out of control. Who might have brought their handbook into the sauna? It had to be the one who wore all their clothes into the sauna. It was... Oh, he's so sad. Mondo, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Take that.
Mondo, your handbook got broken in the sauna, didn't it?
What? Why? Why do you keep accusing him?
Why do you keep accusing him is right, Taka?
Mondo and Taka had an endurance contest in the sauna not too long ago, remember? And for the contest, Mondo just so happened to keep his school uniform on. But little did he realize, he'd also left his handbook in one of his uniform pockets. And when it was all over, Mondo discovered that taking your handbook into the sauna could easily destroy it.
No, wait, hold on. You've got it all wrong. He would never kill. I don't accept this. Show me the proof. The actual solid proof.
I mean, I don't want to believe it either, but I found something that proves it beyond a shadow of a doubt. What is it? Ooh.
Let's test Makoto's assertion. If what he says is correct, then Mondo, you broke your own handbook.
In other words, if Mondo's handbook is actually broken, then that proves that what Makoto said is right.
Well, my goddamn handbook works just fine!
See? Look! Makoto was wrong after all! Mondo wouldn't hurt a fly!
Okay. I'm sure Mondo's handbook broke during our Sauna showdown. If I can just prove that, then that will show that the handbook Mondo has must actually be, yep, Leon's.
Let's test Makoto's assertion.
If what he says you broke your own, in other words, if not, then that proves that what
Well, my goddamn handbook works just fine!
Oh!
No, that's wrong!
Hold it!
Mondo, the handbook you have right now, is it really yours?
The fuck is that supposed to mean?
The broken handbook that was in the main hall, isn't that one actually yours?
What the heck are you talking about?
What I mean is, I think Mondo swapped his handbook out for one that actually works. I think he took Leon's handbook and replaced it with his own. After all, Monokuma said himself that Leon's handbook never should have broken.
That's right! The punishment it suffered wasn't nearly enough to destroy it.
So then, the broken handbook in the main hall is actually Mondo's, which would mean that the handbook Mondo has right now is actually Leon's, yes?
But doesn't that violate the school regulation that says loaning out your handbook is prohibited?
Why do you keep saying this? That's not it.
Well, here's how I look at it. There is a rule about loaning your handbook to another student, but if they're dead, they're not a student. It's kind of a gray area, I admit. But no worries. If anything, it just makes things more interesting. As such, I decree that exchanging handbooks with a corpse is not a violation of the rules.
Well, Mondo, if I'm wrong about this, you're welcome to say so. I'm happy to admit I made a mistake, but...
Son of a bitch!
What's wrong, bro? Come on! Tell him he's wrong! You are wrong! You have to be wrong! Everything you just said is wrong! You made it all up!
Okay, then why don't we look back on this case one more time, from the beginning? That way, everything will become clear, and we'll all see if I was right or wrong.
Okay, it's comic time. Okay, so leaving. This. Bye. I guess this one, and then this one. Blood on. Wait a second. Wait. Hold up, what? Wait a second. Why are there... Oh god, this is so long. Okay. Hold up. Let's... What is this? The handbook and the sauna. Okay, so this is that. No. Oh. Roll up the carpet. Take this. Take that down. And that. Ugh. I feel like I'm gonna get this so wrong. This is where this one goes. Ugh. Four things left, and there's only one slot left. Oof. Okay. Yeah, that one surprised me, Star. Because I feel like this should be part of it. Yeah, I'm just trying to double check. if it looks like it makes sense. Okay, here we go.
The killer is you! First, let's take a look back to before the incident. Last night, Celeste saw Chihiro in the warehouse, correct? At the time, she was apparently stuffing something into a duffel bag. That something was a blue tracksuit. You can confirm this, right, Celeste? With bag in hand, Chihiro headed out, even though it was officially nighttime. She made her way to the locker room, specifically the boys' locker room. But how could the victim, who was apparently a girl, access the boys' locker room?
She's working on making a secret tunnel with her drill hair. And there's enough stuff in the warehouse to cover it up. No, I didn't lay out my reasoning right. I need to rearrange the events of the case. Dang. Okay. Alright. Went to the boys' locker room. Yeah, I had a feeling I had something wrong. Ugh. Oh, this is a white one, so no. I don't want that. Do that. That or this? Oh, this is difficult. Oh, this doesn't feel like it makes sense either, though. Oh, maybe switch these two?
The killer is you! With bag in hand, Chihiro headed out, even though it was officially nighttime. She made her way to the locker room, specifically the boys' locker room. But how could the victim, who was apparently a girl, access the boys' locker room?
No. Oh! Okay. Well, gosh. I'm gonna fail this.
I'm seriously gonna fail this.
The killer is you! With bag in hand, Chihiro headed out.
Oh, I don't want to
even
have
though
that
it was
happen either.
officially nighttime. She made her way to the locker room, specifically the boys' locker room. But how could the victim, who was apparently a girl, access the boys' locker room? Simple, because she was really a he, which is why he was able to use his own e-handbook to gain entrance to the boys' locker room. Once inside, he met with someone there, and the person he met was the one who killed him. It seems likely that the killer grabbed the nearby dumbbell, approached the unsuspecting Chihiro,
Oh, good. Okay, that's a relief at least.
and attacked him. And that's where the bloodstains on the poster and carpeting in the boys' locker room came from. It was likely in the heat of the moment. The body was arranged, but the murder itself felt unplanned.
Ugh. Okay. This. The body and... Wait.
The killer is...
Let's try this.
You! Which is why the killer hurried to try and hide the act. First, pulling up the bloodstained carpet. Then, removing the bloody poster.
Oh! Oh my goodness! Okay. Oh! When he picks up the body, that's when this falls. Okay.
Here's exactly what happened. Which is why the killer hurried to try and hide the act. First, pulling up the bloodstained carpet. Then, removing the bloody poster.
I hope so too. No! That's it! Okay. Dang. Nobody believes me. Nobody wants to hear what I have to say. Uh-oh! Have we already come to the end of the debate? Well then, the class trial is officially adjourned. Now it's time to reveal who's the blackened. Whoa. It would appear that the one with the most votes is Makoto. However, Makoto is not the blackened. Too bad. Looks like the real killer gets to graduate. Gets to graduate. Congratulations to them. Not congratulations. On the other hand, everyone else must now be punished.
Is this really the end for all of us?
Yeah, after my reputation. Well, what do you say? Want to give it another shot? Yes.
I refuse to give up yet.
Okay. Alright, so this... Oh my gosh. This... Wait. Poster. Peeling the poster. Okay, then what goes there? Oh. The girls' locker room?
Alright.
Here's exactly what happened.
Yeah, just trying to save
First,
Mondo.
Let's take a look back to before the
You caught me.
Last night, Celeste saw Chihiro at the time.
Okay, I'm just gonna
she
kind of
was
skip through
apparently-
this a little bit.
That something was a... With bag in hand, she made her way. But how could the victim... Simple. Because she, which is why he would... Once inside, he met with... It seems likely that the killer grabbed the nearby dump and attacked him. And that's where the bloodstains on the poster and carpeting in the boys' locker room came from. It was likely in the heat of the moment. The body was arranged, but the murder itself felt unplanned. Which is why the killer hurried to try and hide the act. First, pulling up the bloodstained carpet, then removing the bloody poster, and finally carrying the corpse into the girls' locker room. A girl's handbook was necessary to get into the locker room, of course, but this alone doesn't prove that the killer was necessarily a girl. After all, Sayaka and Junko's handbooks had been placed in the main hall. Using one of those, a boy could get into the girls' locker room without much problem. And that's exactly how the killer did it. With the carpet and the poster they brought with them, they got to work. They changed the layout of the boys' and girls' locker room in what you might call a crime scene switch. That could have been the end of things, but no. Byakuya discovered the body and decided to intervene in the situation.
But, like, what was he even...
things even more complicated.
Why was he even in there?
So, after stumbling on the crime scene, he went and grabbed the extension cord from the library, and then he got to work. He used the cord to string up Chihiro's lifeless body. Then, using the victim's own blood, he left a grisly message there at the scene of the crime. He wanted to create the illusion that Genocide Jack was responsible for the slaughter. And around the same time that Byakuya was putting together this facade, the killer, having already disposed of Chihiro's bag and other belongings, arrived at the sauna. There, they planned to destroy the last piece of evidence, Chihiro's handbook.
If it's seriously this one, I'm gonna be so confused because it's two different colors.
Here's exactly what happened. And around the same time that the killer, there, they planned to
Okay.
And just as the killer expected, the steamy sauna was enough to ruin the electronic gadget. Somehow, the killer knew that the handbook couldn't stand up to the heat of the sauna. And the reason they knew that is because the sauna had already wrecked their own handbook. And that's how it all played out.
Oh, Mondo!
Isn't that right, Mondo Owada?
I cannot believe this. I can, but I can't.
Wait! No! This can't be right! Where's your evidence? Yeah! Where's your evidence? You need evidence! You need proof! Without any proof, you can't pin any of this on him!
Evidence that Mondo is the killer? That already revealed itself earlier in the trial. If I can somehow show where Mondo's handbook is right now, once I do that, everything will become clear. A new element has been added to the bullet time battles. Would you like to hear more? Yes. Let's talk a little bit about fever time and nega time. Oh, what? During a bullet time battle, if you press the RB button, fever time will activate and the tempo will be forced to its max. At this point, even if you push the buttons at random, you won't miss. Oh! So you can push AY however you want to destroy the opponent's verbal assault. But this only lasts until your focus gauge runs out, so make the best possible use of your time. Of course, it wouldn't be fair if only you got access to special time, right? So we've also prepared something called nega time that your opponent can use. If the opponent activates nega time during the bullet time battle, your tempo marker will disappear, making it quite a bit tougher to hit the buttons in rhythm. If you were to activate fever time at this point, no, never mind, I'm sure nothing would happen. I don't know what I was worried about. See, I was like, okay, as soon as they said that's what happens, I was like, I should save that for a useful time. Unsurprisingly, if your action difficulty is set to gentle, the opponent won't use nega time. Well then, good luck, and have fun. Okay, so I gotta save it for that, and then just mash.
Show me some evidence! You're wrong! I won't listen! I refute you! False! Show me some evidence! I won't listen! False! I refuse to vote! Show me some evidence! You're wrong! I won't listen! I refute you! False! Show me some evidence! I won't listen! False! You're corrupt!
Oh!
Show me some evidence!
This should prove it.
He is, though.
If my thinking so far is right, Mondo must have replaced his broken handbook with Leon's. In which case, we can just check each of our handbooks right now. Once we do that, we'll...
We don't gotta do that.
Huh?
Yeah. Yeah. I did it. I killed him.
Mondo. Oh, no. Okay, I did not do as good in this trial. Oh, what? Okay. There must have been more total points. Oh, probably 1,100. Because there was 11 parts. Mondo.
Bro, what are you saying?
I got no choice, man. After hearing all that, I gotta just... give up. Go ahead, Monokuma. Get it over with. Ask for the goddamn verdict.
Roger that.
Wait! Hold on!
No waiting! No holding on! Time for the moment we've all been waiting for! Grab your lever and give it a yank! Who will you elect as the Blackened this time around? Will you make the right choice or the dreadfully wrong one? What's it gonna be? What's it gonna be?
No.
What?
Uh-oh, this time it looks like you got it right again. Yes, it is so. The Blackened that killed Chihiro Fujisaki was... Mondo Owada!
Unbelievable.
In case you're wondering, the vote was not unanimous. Kiyotaka chose the wrong answer. You're treading very closely to the danger zone, Mr. Ishimaru. You need to be more careful.
I refuse to believe it. There's no way. No way he would kill someone.
Sorry.
What is this?
Why are you apologizing? Why? Why did you do it?
Now then.
Well, it looks like Mondo's taken a vow of silence, so allow me to explain on his behalf.
Actually,
The story of the murder this time is the sad story of two men. Oh, but for anyone who doesn't really want to hear it, you can hit the B button to fast forward the text. Why would we not want to hear this? I have to hear it. Anyway, there was once a young boy, and his name was Chihiro Fujisaki. He had an extreme inferiority complex regarding his own lack of strength. You're so weak even though you're a boy. He'd heard things like that as long as he could remember, and he couldn't overcome his weakness. On the contrary, he tried to hide it and buried himself further and further into that weakness, to take on the fragile form of a petite young girl. He had chosen that as his way out. Nobody will be able to say anything about even though you're a boy. But no matter how tightly he wrapped himself up in that shell, the inferiority complex had already taken deep root deep inside of him and was not so easily weeded out. As it turned out, the shell was completely empty. The complex didn't disappear. Instead, it only grew stronger and stronger. I'm weak.
Weak.
Oh, it's so sad. Isn't it? Oh my gosh, this is so sad. Once the killing game had begun here at the school, he had no choice but to accept this fact. After all, this world is survival of the fittest. If you're not strong, you don't survive. And then the lovely and hateful Monokuma announced the revealing of the embarrassing secrets, which of course included Chihiro's embarrassing secret, which I was more than willing to divulge. Even though he dresses like a girl, Chihiro is actually a boy!
Hey,
And that was something Chihiro couldn't let anyone find out, no matter the cost. If that was revealed, it would be the end. The hardened shell would crack. The armor would fall away. Without a doubt, those around him would torture him more than ever before. Everyone figured being thrust into such a dilemma must have sent him spiraling into despair.
What?
And yet...
I'm sorry.
Sorry, I don't really want to talk about it right now.
But
I also don't want to leave things the way they are. So maybe I can talk about it later. After I try my best to become strong, then I can tell everyone. Annoyingly, he used the threat of discovery to motivate himself to become stronger.
that's right.
Now's my chance.
I want to change.
I'm going to get stronger and accept who I am. Strong enough so that when someone says, even though you're a boy, I'll be okay. I'll get better. With that thought at the front of his mind, he resolved to take immediate action. And so... that day, he made the commitment to begin exercising. He was prepared to retrain his mind and body. But sadly, that would be the first and only chance he would get at it.
Hey,
When he decided to start exercising, he thought it would be good to ask for someone's help. But he wanted to tell that person his secret first, and then ask them to help him from there. And the person he went to...
Yeah, that's right.
It was me. Yup, it sure was. The biker gang fella had been painfully clear about how important his manly promises were. So Chihiro probably figured that even if he confided in Mondo, his honor would make him keep that secret. Plus, Mr. Macho Mondo was the very symbol of a strong man that Chihiro had always aspired to. Maybe talking to Mondo about it will help give me some courage. So, he went and asked Mondo... Wait, why is... Okay, I'm guessing this is supposed to be Monokuma saying this. So he went and asked Mondo to help him become strong. That was his aspiration. And he thought that only with Mondo's support would he ever be able to come close to that.
Correct.
So then, that must be why Mondo did what he did, to keep the promise he'd made to Chihiro? I'm gonna still be playing this, but I'll assume I'm going to move on to the next game afterwards. So Danganronpa 2. Huh? Did what he did? You mean that's why Mondo carried Chihiro from the boys' locker room into the girls' locker room?
Indeed.
Yes, that's exactly what I mean.
Wasn't that to cover up what he'd done?
Certainly.
That could have been part of it, but I don't think it was the main reason. The real purpose was to keep the promise between men he'd made to Chihiro. But how does moving the body keep his secret?
Because
if everyone knew he'd been killed in the boys' locker room, then everyone would have been arguing about how she got into the boys' locker room, right? Once that started up, at least a few of us would have immediately begun to suspect his identity. So, he tried to protect Chihiro's secret by putting him in the girls' locker room and stealing his handbook. See? Then, Mondo did all that to keep the promise he'd made to Chihiro, who he'd also killed. Oh, Mondo, why? Why would he do that? The more I hear you talk, the more I don't understand. I mean, you guys trusted each other, right? So why did you? Because no matter what, I didn't want anyone to know.
I knew it.
So that's what triggered it after all. The possibility of having your embarrassing memories and secrets exposed.
What is this?
That's impossible! Nothing could have been that bad! Something he didn't want anyone to know, even if it meant killing someone?
You're wrong!
It's impossible! I've heard good things about Sekiro. Maybe eventually I'll get around to it.
Don't make me repeat myself.
How many times must I repeat myself? To judge others by your own standard is the height of folly. Even if you can't comprehend it, he obviously can. That's all there is to it.
Well, while we're on the subject, why don't I tell you? That embarrassing memory, that secret he didn't want anyone to know.
Hey,
You know what Mondo did?
He killed his brother. Yeah.
He killed his own brother! Mondo, the ultimate biker gang leader, makes all the hoodlums and riffraff across the country tremble. But the only reason he had the chance to join a gang in the first place was because of a certain someone. Mondo's older brother's name was Daya Owada. Mondo had nothing but respect for him. It was because of Daya that Mondo ever got on a motorcycle. Mondo's brother was his only family growing up. He was the only one Mondo could trust or respect. He wanted to measure up to his big brother, so he imitated him in everything he did. Mondo was the epitome of the starry-eyed kid brother. Meanwhile, the charismatic older brother had put together a local motorcycle gang. And before anyone knew it, it had grown into the biggest biker gang in the country. Daya, the older brother, number 1 in the gang, and his number 2, his younger brother, Mondo. In the beginning, everything was peaches and gravy. That does not sound like the expression. But when Mondo started to think about how he would have to take over the gang from his brother someday, his brother's greatness, his reputation, began to gnaw on Mondo's very soul.
The kid's gonna take over for Daya, huh? Daya created this gang with his own bare hands. Mondo's just along for the ride. Can someone like that really be our leader? All that'll do is make the gang look bad.
Almost every day, Mondo heard the gossip and whispers of the other members of the gang. Which is why...
I
gotta get stronger. Stronger than Daya. Once. Just one time. No matter what. I gotta win.
Don't fuck with me.
I don't care what it takes. I gotta come out on top.
And on the night of his amazing brother's retirement ceremony, Mondo challenged him to a street race. But during that race, tragedy struck. The kid brother pushed ahead with reckless abandon, eager for victory, and dashed into oncoming traffic. But suddenly...
Oh my god. He didn't actually kill him. Not intentionally. Oh, Mondo! Oh! Mondo! That's why he didn't want it revealed, because he didn't kill his brother. Oh.
Laying in his kid brother's arms, the older brother delivered his final words.
Because of censorship stuff, you're not supposed to kill kids. And since there's a lot of kids, I'm assuming that's the reason they just made all blood pink. My bad, kid. I fucked up. Sorry.
Of course, he knew it was his brother's fault, but Daya never blamed him for what happened.
Hey, kid. The rest is up to you. No matter what, you gotta keep the gang together. 'Cause it's the team you and me put together. It's a promise between men.
He decided to hide the truth of what happened from everyone else in the gang, in order to keep the gang together and keep the promise to his brother. He could never admit to anyone that it was his own weakness that had caused the accident.
I hope you guys are only talking about games, because oof. And even then, yeah, big yikes.
as a result, the whole team was made even stronger under the banner of a kid who'd bested his big brother. Daya was gonna lose to his kid brother, so he got stupid and got himself killed. Hey, I'm not playing this because I wanted to kill children. I thought this was a murder-solving, not murder-committing game. I joined under false pretenses. I assumed it was like Phoenix Wright, because that's what people kept saying. And now I just am hoping for a somewhat happier ending. But I don't expect one. That became the explanation for what happened. Mondo's lie became the truth. He wanted to lead the team so bad, he was willing to tell all kinds of lies about his brother.
I just...
Strong. Strong. Strong, 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 strong. And yet... as soon as our killing game began, he realized, no matter how tough he pretended to be, he was just another weakling that could die in an instant. And then the hateful Monokuma announced the revealing of the embarrassing secrets. At that point, it was clear I would have no problem shedding light on his secret. Mondo killed his own older brother.
No matter what, I couldn't let the other gang members find out. If that happened, everything would have been ruined. Everything me and my brother had worked to create would have been destroyed. His death, all the guilt I'd been carrying around, it all would have been for nothing. So that's why. Mondo. After I saw what Monokuma had on me, my head filled up with a kind of fuzzy uneasiness and just started swirling around. I'd never felt anything like it before. I didn't know what to do about it. I wasn't sure what to think or say, but after a while, that fuzzy uneasiness turned itself into a rock-hard lump of anxiety way down into my stomach. And it was right around then that Chihiro asked me to start working out with him. And right there, he told me a secret. Seriously? Jesus.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, I'm sorry I lied to you.
But why? Why now? Why are you telling me this all of a sudden?
Huh?
Because, I mean, you've kept that secret all this time, right? If anyone found out, you would...
But...
You're right, but...
I want to change.
I wrap myself in lies. I'm weak. I want to destroy that version of me forever.
His words were like a knife in my gut. I felt like he was exposing the lie I'd been living myself.
I have to change. I don't want to be weak anymore. Oh man, I can see it, Mondo. This is so sad. You're so strong. It can't hurt you, right? Whatever secret Monokuma might tell us.
Oh no.
You piece of...
So what? You're saying I should just say it?
What?
You're saying
What?
if I really am, I should be able to just tell everyone my secret?
Huh?
I was jealous. I was jealous of Chihiro's strength. He had the strength to face his own weakness, to try and overcome it. And it was the kind of strength I've never had. So I was jealous of him. And that jealousy broke me.
What?
Are you
What?
making fun of me? I'm strong. Are you fucking with me right now?
No!
I'm not making fun of you. You really are strong.
Mondo? I felt like I could hear something starting to creak. Something inside my head. What did you want me to do? What was I supposed to do? Was I supposed to just sit back, let my secret get revealed and ruin everything?
What's wrong?
What's wrong? Why did you have to tell me all that? Are you trying to rub my failure in my face?
I just wanted to...
I just really admire you. I admire your strength.
Yeah, that's right.
That's right. I am strong. Strong. I'm strong. Strong, 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 strong. Stronger than you.
You son of a bitch.
And stronger than Daya. I don't remember anything after that. When I woke up again, he was laying there at my feet, covered in blood. I had that dumbbell in my hand, and I was just staring at him, down on the ground. Hey!
I killed him.
Killed him.
I killed Chihiro. Even after all this time, I'm still just as weak as I've always been. And thanks to that, I did something I can never take back.
Mondo. He was normally so aggressive, so angry. He hid that weak side away from everyone. That was his secret. A weakness like that lived in his heart, in a heart like his, and it turned him cold-blooded. God damn it! Look at him! You see? You're all just like him! For a secret from the past, for a memory, for that, he killed another living human in cold blood! He couldn't cut free of his regrets from the outside world. He doesn't know what true strength is! Do you see hope anywhere in there? 'Cause I sure don't. You bastard! Just shut up, you son of a bitch! Go ahead, say that again, I dare you!
Yep.
Okay, I'll say it as many times as I want, is what I want to say, but... Unfortunately, I can't do that right now, because the time for punishing is fast approaching. Punishing?
It can't be.
You mean execution?
Well now.
That's what I promised you, right? But the blackened that disturbs the peace will be punished.
Ridiculous.
But hold on.
Now then, I prepared a very special punishment.
Oh my gosh, I don't even know if I want to see these. No, wait!
Let's give it everything we've got. It's punishment time!
I said wait!
Sorry, man. I couldn't keep the promise we made. From one man to another.
Oh. Oh my god. Oh my, this is some seriously fucked up stuff going on here. Laugh at death and your soul will forever be at peace. It can't be! My brother! Another murder and another execution. I want to feel again. Everyone's lives are taken so lightly here. I feel like I might be going mad. Maybe I'll just let it happen. Taka is so sad! I'm so sad too! Taka, I will hug you. Oh, he's so sad! As Taka's sad screams invaded our skulls, we were each forced to realize once again. But he, of course he had to. What a disappointment. This is the end of the game. Byakuya?
What is this?
You're completely insane, you know what? A game? One of our friends is dead. Do you realize that?
Naturally.
Of course I do, because this game is life or death.
Hey.
I haven't watched or played it. I want to, but at the same time, I'm like, I want to play the whole thing, not just part of the game, so I'm going to have to wait until the rest of the parts come out. Because I don't want to play the first part and then wait another 17 years or something for part 2. I don't have anything to say to you. I don't have a response except that.
However,
I just don't understand why. Why did you go out of your way to disguise Mondo's crime?
What?
Why? Isn't it obvious? Because it made things more interesting. His voice was calm, emotionless, like the voice of death. It chilled me to the bone. Last night when the murder took place, I was in the library as usual.
Honestly.
So, you ignored the nighttime rule too? That rule never mattered to me. I don't recall agreeing to it.
There is nothing to be done.
Well, I don't particularly care. Please continue. The night grew late and I decided to return to my room, which is when I stumbled upon him. I spotted Mondo coming out of the girls' locker room. After he'd gone, I looked inside and saw the corpse.
What?
What? You mean you actually witnessed the murder? He was such a fool. He didn't have the slightest idea that I'd seen him.
Well...
So, you're saying you knew who the culprit was from the very beginning?
That's right.
Indeed. But if that had been the end of it, how boring would that have been? I mean, what a waste of time to have the answer revealed right at the beginning. Which is why I decided to lend a little helping hand. I thought it would liven things up. You did all that to liven things up?
I see.
So, after hearing about Genocide Jack from Toko, you decided to use that to create the fake murder scene? But damn, man, if we hadn't figured out who'd really done it, you would have been dead too, right? Well, obviously I would have revealed the truth before it reached that point. Of course. Byakuya turned and looked me in the eye. I could feel his sharp eyes piercing into me. Thanks to a certain remarkable someone, it never did. And I was able to perform an interesting experiment. Dude, Byakuya, you better pay me for this. I swear.
Interesting.
Once I do decide to become the Blackened, I now know who I'll have to watch out for. What?
Correct.
So that was your reason. Are you satisfied?
Indeed.
Yes, we're done listening to your story. Moving on.
Hey.
There's something I'd like to ask Monokuma.
What's this?
Oh, I'm up next?
You...
Oh, wait. You like to perform these elaborate executions each time, correct? My question is, why?
Do you like them?
No, dude. They disturb me.
But you know, this punishment, this despair, it's not just for you. All this punishment, all this despair is my gift to mankind itself.
What?
What?
You're over-exaggerating.
I am not over-exaggerating. These punishments are meant to transform all hope to despair.
Damn.
What do you mean?
Huh?
Mean? Mean? Mean?
What the heck?
Mean, 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 mean.
Damn it.
Good grief, I don't understand why you have to pick apart every little stupid thing.
Whatever. It doesn't matter. In the end, I'm going to stand alone as the victor. And then, everything will be revealed to me.
Ooh.
Ah, the noble son of a noble family. Truly, you understand me. I think this is the start of a terrifying friendship.
That's enough.
Shut up. I would never stoop to the level of a childish criminal like you. Let me just say this. After I have achieved complete victory, you're up next. I'm going to find you and kill you. Understand?
In the name of my family.
In the name of the Togami family, for which victory is a foregone conclusion.
You're getting a
Oh, so cool! It's like you're the main character of a video game or something. No trash mob for you.
I swear, whatever it takes, I will kill you.
Temper, temper. Sounds like someone needs a nap.
Oh my god. Monokuma's laughter pealed across the courtroom, and the curtain closed on the case of Chihiro and Mondo. But I knew that wasn't the end. The killing game would still continue, because the mastermind wouldn't let it end. For those of us who were still alive, our worst fear and despair kept on multiplying. It was the kind of despair that felt like a blind puppy in hell had more of a future than us. All of our courage, our effort, our friendship, it felt like it amounted to nothing at all. It was the worst kind of despair. Ooh.
Well, anyway, like I was saying, this is a pretty good spot. Yeah, a really good spot. Anyway, isn't it amazing how that girl went and killed someone before things even had a chance to get boring? Once things really get moving, it'll be like a roller coaster. There won't be any stopping it. Fear and despair charge forward at a speed nothing can hope to match. But I must admit, I'm disappointed. I went to all the pain and effort of making you part of the group, and you couldn't play your part.
Oh.
You do remember you were supposed to make the first move, right?
Oh, he must be talking to Toko.
Well, no biggie. Nothing we can do about it now, so just do your best to make things more exciting from now on, okay? After all, that's what everyone wants to see.
There's one thing I'd like to ask you.
As long as you don't want to know my measurements, fire away!
Who is it? The 16th high school student, I mean.
Ooh-hoo! My, you really took me by surprise there. I know I said you could ask anything, but... Super denied, ultra denied, demonic denied! Because you see, that's my ace in the hole.
It really is, Star. Holy shit!
And nobody be dumb enough to reveal that, right? No matter how close they were to their friends.
Oh my god. Chapter 2, Boy's Life of Despair. I'm so sad. I don't want to care about anyone else anymore. They just keep dying. You received a crazy diamond present. Yes. God. Okay, you know what? I think that's where I'm gonna stop. Oh my god. I don't want to pick anybody else that I like next. Oh, it's awful. Okay. Well, that'll be it for today. We got through the rest of that chapter, so... That was a short investigation. The trial turned out longer than I was expecting. Oh. But yeah. Tomorrow, not planning on having a stream. I have some stuff in real life to take care of. If anything, I might do a short, like, Smite or something. I don't know. If I have time. But otherwise, Danganronpa won't continue until Monday, I think? It's Saturday. It's Saturday today, so Monday is when this will continue. So thanks everyone for joining on this depressing day. But yeah, hope everyone has a good day or night and take care.